Yeah! Hi. Alright, the stream is starting! Woo! Hello! Hello everyone! Welcome! Welcome to the first Blue Jay stream. Red Jay stream. Fuck that Blue Jay guy. I stole his skin for the stream though. That's why you see that. Wait, hold on. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix this. That's wrong. That's wrong. I swear to God, I fixed that. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Just 1 second. Gonna change this real quick to this. I think that's right. There we go. Now I have a little blue outline. That looks better. Alright, welcome, everyone. Today, I am going to play some Pikmin, and then I thought I'd probably take some time and talk about the Cold War video I just put out. Because I have a lot of extra stuff to say on that. My mic up? My mic is like max, dude. Is it really quiet? Am I quiet to anyone else, or is it just Nate being stupid Nate? Because I can't turn it up. It's maxed out. Guys, I'm Red Jay. You're gonna buy so many YouTube's plushies? Oh, well, thanks, man. Yeah, I have a plushie, everyone. If you would like to purchase, it's in the description. Or if not, here is the link to the plushie. I spent a lot of time working on that. It was really fun because I took some art classes a year ago and I learned some really cool tips on how to use drawings for explanations better. So like stuff like contours of shapes. So while I was working with the U2's team, I spent a lot of time kind of like making revisions and fine-tunements to like the prototypes that they made, and ended up coming up with a design that I really liked for what it is. But like, especially with the tail took a long time to get right because there's a lot of different ways that they've done tails. And the first one was more of like an upright, like forked looking thing, and it just looked weird. It didn't really like feel like a bird. I like to have more photorealistic like looks to my Blue Jay art. And of course U2's has like a certain image that they like to follow, a brand. So I had to kind of like work around that, adding more photorealistic looking elements to a cartoony overall aesthetic. And this is kind of what we ended up working out with. The coolest thing about it too, when I got it, there's a lot of like embroidery on it. It was really cool. Like the pipe, like the top of the pipe is embroidered. The pipe is like super sturdy. It's not coming off at all like I thought it would. And then like the wings have like some nice shiny embroidery to it. It's really nice, and honestly, I could have just like, you know, I realized I was like looking on my browser, and I'm not even displaying that, so that's a little embarrassing. Right here. Let's go, U2's. I was talking about the tail right there. So like first it was kind of like a like forked upward looking thing, and then with some like contours I explained how I kind of wanted to come down more and kind of fan out a little bit like an actual Blue Jay tail, to kind of work with some realistic elements with their cartoony aesthetic, and I love it. It's great. Yeah, like the pipe, the top of the pipe, the black spot here is embroidered, the eyes are embroidered, the lining around the face and the colors are embroidered. It's really cool. So I was really excited because I've never done any kind of merchandise before. I never thought I would ever do merchandise, you know, first getting into YouTube. It's just crazy that this like came to life. This is a thing that you can physically hold. I love it. I have it next to me at all times now. But anyway, yes, first I'm doing Pikmin because I want to play Pikmin, and I might do Pikmin again afterwards. I don't know how much I'm gonna play. But I'll get into the director's commentary later on, I think. So first, Pikmin. Anyway, let's get started. I gotta switch my display. We only started off, oh wait, can I hear anything? No fucking way. Is the audio not working? Shit. It was working? That's crazy. Hold on, guys. Let me see if I can get that working. It's just not detecting it right now. That's weird. Maybe if I... Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. You guys can't hear it, right? I don't think so, because I can't hear it. Don't hear any audio. Oh, wait, you know what? Is that why? No. What the heck? Something always has to happen. I can't ever have a smooth sailing stream. Give me just a moment here. Let me just try to like fiddle around with some stuff. Nope. The only way that I know to for sure fix this is to just like... Actually, hold on. Nope. Damn it. The only way I know how to for sure fix this is to like restart the stream. And I hate doing that. But I might have to do that. Alright, hold on, let me get my slave real quick. Maybe he can help me out. Slave, if you're listening, I'm coming for you. Turn on and off like this. Let me call my slave to see what he means. Hi. Huh?
I am slave.
Yes.
Have you gone to properties and turn it on and off, like deactivate and reactivate?
Properties. I don't see a activate and deactivate. You know I'm on Streamlabs, right?
Yeah, but it's in it's like...
Let me share my screen with you.
What is it? Yeah, it's a display capture, right? Or is it a game capture? What is it?
I'm looking at... Oh, you want me to do it for the source, not for the audio?
No, yeah, for the source.
Okay,
yeah,
deactivate. Activate.
Reactivate.
Oh, hey, that worked!
Yeah.
Cool!
It's just an Elgato thing. It happens.
Okay, so I don't have to restart stream. Cool, that's nice.
Yeah.
Alright, well... Yeah, thank you, bye, slave. Okay, he's gone. Pikmin! Yay! Welcome to Pikmin, guys! Let me put my computer back onto the right screen. Alright, I'm gonna move my chat so I can see what people say. There we go. Alright, so last time we played this for like, I think like half an hour. Didn't get very far, so if you didn't see the first stream, that's fine. We're on day 3. The point of this game... Hi, Cass. Welcome, Cass. Let me know if the volume is okay for everyone. Okay, so I have parts in this area. Or do I? Okay, 1 left, and over here there's... Or is this saying I have 1 out of 2? That might be what it means. Okay. So the point of this game, I am a dude that crashed on an alien planet, and now I am going to enslave aliens into an army that will help me put together a rocket ship and hopefully topple some kind of government. That's where I'm hoping the end game takes us. I don't know if it's gonna be like Kirby, where it has like a really dark, like underlying theme with a cutesy overlay. I love shit like that though. So that's my headcanon. The Forest of Hope. We can change that. Alright, so I think I remember the controls kinda. I call them over with like one of these. Yeah, that thing. Oh, I gotta like birth them. So to be a voice actor for Pikmin, that's my dream job right there. I think I have more. I don't know how to summon them. I have 109. How do I do that again? How do I summon my Pikmin? Oh, wait. Okay. Summon Pikmin. Ah, here we go. How many do I need? Like 50? Sure, let's go. Get these lads. My red army. Alright, cool. How do I throw them again? Okay, there we go. Get some of these. Yeah, there you go, yeah, get those. And take them back to the base. And I think I can like point them with, no, that's to bring them to me. Oh, that's to get rid of them. And then how do I point them? Like that, okay, okay. So last time I had some guys like drown over here, that sucked. But it looks like, oh, can I throw them over that gap? And have them build that bridge towards me? Maybe. Can I make that? No, I don't think so. Alright, let's try looping around this way. Hey, thank you for the $2 tip, Cosmic Castro. New idea of failed assassinations across time. That actually would be a kind of cool idea. I have a Discord. If you want to join and throw that in the video suggestions channel, that's kind of where I look for all my like user crowdsourced messages and stuff, or ideas. Let me put the chat up. I don't know if that is showing the chat or not, but messages might show on screen now. Also, I don't know why it didn't, there it is. There's the noise. I was literally just about to ask where that was. What are these? That looks like some kind of like radioactive metal. I'd love that. That'd be very useful for our mission. Can I take them? No? Boring. Okay, I can break down this wall. I think. Yeah. Are they made of metal? This clinging noise, jeez. I should have brought more Pikmin. Come on, gents. Work. Alright, I'll have some of you guys work on that. I'll come back. Oh, is this a part? Oh no, these are, oh, okay, another onion. Cool. Put some of these dudes in there. I think that's how I do it, right? There you go. No, 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 put it... Okay. That's fine. Oh. There we go. Oh, he's got ears. Whoa, what the fuck was the voice I did for this guy?
Ooh, the color is different, but it seems to be a Pikmin nonetheless. First glance suggests this one has what, in some circles, could be considered very large ears. It looks like it may weigh less than the others. In what other ways might it be different from the red Pikmin? I must be sure to observe it closely. I can hold a Pikmin for a moment with A, then swap it out for another by pressing R. Oh, okay. Come here, let me grab you. Just have it by the fucking neck. Jesus, dude, calm down. How am I observing it? Can you get these things? Are these my uranium miners? Holy shit, they are. Let's go. The yellow Pikmin have picked up some peculiar stones. Why did they decide to grab them? This action seems to be instinctive to the yellow Pikmin. But just what are these strange glowing stones? Brightly glowing cracks cover them. Perhaps these cracks indicate that there's a tremendous power locked away within. This merits further research. That is definitely some kind of like ore, radioactive ore. Can you put it in the ship? What are you gonna? Okay. I don't know what to do with that. Can you like throw it like a bomb? Come here. I don't know what to. Oh. Alright. Get back here. Get back here. Get back here. You. Fuck. No. You. No. You. There we go. Oh shit. That might be bad. Oh, it is a bomb! The glowing rocks the yellow Pikmin picked up seem to be explosive stones. Perhaps they know what these stones can be used as powerful weapons. The bomb rocks are dangerous, so I must take care when using them, but they should be able to blast open the stone walls that block the pathways. I may be even able to use them against some of the wild creatures. I must be vigilant. Make sure there are no UN Security Council officials nearby to see my war crimes. When I throw bomb rock carrying Pikmin and give them orders, they will toss their bomb rocks at nearby walls or obstacles. The explosive power of the bomb rocks is tremendous, so I must keep my distance. Cool, man. I need my Pikmin back though. This might be, I might have just shot myself in the foot there. Okay, well I need more of these guys then to get that. You guys get that. Get that working. Grab that. Grab that, buddy. There you go. Yeah, take that. Alright. I don't know if that's gonna help me spawn more of them. Because I know they're taking them back to like my main ship. Alright. Welcome, children, to the colony. Where the fuck? Pancake, what the fuck? Who's talking to you? Who told you to say that? Grab that, grab that. Will that give me some yellow guys? Alright. Let's just take more slaves and find ways to get that yellow Pikmin back. I don't know. These guys have flowers on their head. Can any of you guys grab that? Can you grab that? No? How the fuck do I get more of these fuckers then? Can I... Oh, will that work? Can I put him back even though he's over here? Yeah, alright. Well, maybe I just have to have him tear down the fucking wall by hand. Hopefully they can. Come on, lads. This is not good. I might have accidentally like broken the game if I can't get that yellow Pikmin back. There's gotta be some way.
I say woman how I like to say woman. I don't care what people say. I don't care what society says. That's how I say it, and that's how I'm gonna say it. Damn it. Okay. Is there any way to like control this Pikmin here? Alright, well, we're gonna have to look somewhere else for some yellow fuggers. Why is everyone fucking talking about drugs? Yeah, Nate, I know how to break the fucking wall, but the only way to break the wall is to take these yellow Pikmin and have them throw these bombs at it. But I threw the yellow Pikmin and now he's on the other side of the wall, so I can't get him back until I break the wall. And I only have that one yellow Pikmin. So I can't, like, I don't know how to get more. I swear I broke one of these walls by hand before. Did I get another? I saw a yellow Pikmin appear at the bottom of the screen. Nope. Oh, well, shit. I literally think I broke the game by doing that. How the fuck? Is there really no way out of that? That's crazy. You just dead-ass break the game by accidentally throwing him a little too far. That's nuts. Can you break this wall? Because I swear I broke one of these walls before. This one I broke by hand. That's how I got out of here. Garage coupon milk eggs. Alright, what else can I do then, I guess? Oh, kill that. At least we can murder something, taking out my frustration. Oh, maybe not. I can't even kill things, dude! This game sucks! Oh. Alright. Alright, buddy, I'm gonna need you to... Can I grab him through the wall, maybe? Alright. My only choice is to get every single one of my Pikmin and try to break that wall down by hand. I don't know if I can, but like, I don't know what else to do at this point. Where is everyone? I know I have more than this. Take all these guys out, I guess. More. Is that all I can take? Okay. That's fine, that's fine. We can work with that. Gather around. We will storm the wall. I said gather fucking around, dude. Come on. Thank you. Might as well give him a friend on the other side of the wall. What's that? Okay. Oh, alright, alright. No way. Can I make them yellow? Demonstrates peculiarities of these flower Pikmin. Oh. I just got flower Pikmin. Ugh. Dumb, boring. Break the wall! You can do it! Please. I don't think I'm doing fuck all. I mean, yeah, I guess I might as well just throw a dude over. There, he's not alone now. Oh my god, I couldn't even do that. Really, just no way. Okay. This sucks. Can I just, like, start over? Yeah, I need bombs. And the only guys that can throw bombs are the yellow Pikmin, but the thing is the yellow Pikmin's on the other side of the wall. So I can't have them throw any bombs. Alright, everyone just get in the ship, I guess. We're leaving, taking our losses. It was fun while it lasted. I guess I'm dying on this planet. Fuckers, get in there. I didn't mean to do that, buddy. I'm sorry. Reset the game. Can I just do that? I mean, here, let me just. Let's just do that. Is that how I'd reset? Yeah, I want to play Pikmin 4. I just need to get through 1 through 3 first. Need to fix alerts. Did it not go? I thought the alert went through. Oh, no. Pikmin was left behind because that didn't happen. That was an alternate timeline. See, now this is the official start of the stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome. They need to, like, let me get a Pikmin that pulls Pikmin out of the ground. This is a lot. Alright. Join me, comrades. Take 38 more. Yeah, first try. So far, Kirby is still my favorite game I've streamed. Alright. Grab. Attack. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Take that back to camp. You. Take this back to camp. Take this. Good, good. Now we get to the yellow guy. Come. I don't know why I can't put these, like, maybe I need to have the yellow Pikmin grab one of these yellow things. Let's do that. I'm gonna take this dude. Oh, he's gonna grow. Alright, well. While he does that, I don't know. There you go. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, they have yellow Pikmin in this game. Who knew? This is crazy. The color is different, but yep. Alright. I can switch like that. Okay, so if he grabs it, can he make more yellow Pikmin? Alright. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. Oh my god, I'm a genius. Alright. Now. Bomb, comrade. Take the bomb. Good, good. And this is how we advance our army. He's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to die. It's okay. I'll join you in the afterlife. Oh, okay, he's fine. Oh my god, it blew up. That's crazy. Yep. Get this guy. Let's grab another one. Right there. I wonder if I have to throw them to, like, use them. Is there, like, a way I could just, like, point at it? Instead of, you know, giving it, like, Falling damage every time I want to command him. Deforming his spine, fracturing his vertebrae. Seems to like it. Little guy is having a grand old time. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's get some more of these bombers. Grab. Okay, he had it, man. You guys are so cute, but I hate you. You're so dumb. Grab the, thank you. Thank you. Perfect. We're growing. This is how armies start. Okay. Now we're gaming. How'd you come with the idea to do the Blue Jay channel if some of the... Wait. How'd you come with the idea to do the Blue Jay channel? It's some of the best history in YouTube. I wanted a creative outlet because I used to do a bunch of theater and acting and film back when I was like in high school and like junior high and, you know, intermediate school. But then I went to college for chemical engineering and I didn't have time to like have, you know, rehearsals and, you know, spend hours each day, you know, doing a play or making films with other actors. So instead, I decided to do something that I could do in my own time, completely within my creative control and time limit. And so naturally, I came to the idea to make YouTube videos. I've always been making YouTube videos. I have other channels where I have like in-person like skit content that I'm never gonna tell you guys about. But this is just like the thing that I ended up doing when I was in college that I could do with my own time. Wasn't all that demanding. I could go at my own pace. And yeah. And also I always like thought history was extremely interesting, and it always kind of bothered me how like whenever you asked anyone what their favorite subject in school was, the cliche kind of answer is like, oh yeah, I love, you know, science, or I love, you know, math, I'm really good at English, but I hate social studies. Oh my gosh, social studies sucks. I hate social studies. That's always like the cliche like I hate class that you hear from people. And I think a lot of that had to do with like the way that it was taught. I don't think everyone's engaged by the typical classroom lecture format or like a documentary. But I noticed that people still found historical stories interesting. All right, let's bomb this guy. See how that works. Come on, dude. Yeah. All right, kill. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, this is not working out in my favor. This is this is a high attrition matchup. Oh shit. Oh dear lord. All right, guys, survivors of the First World War. Holy shit, there's so many that died. Take them back and feed the colony. At least we have some food. Dear lord. So yeah, where was I? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really dealing with the loss of like half my population there. I should have just attacked him in his sleep or sent 2 bombers at him. Damn. So I thought, okay, well, let's, you know, make historical content that's more engaging. And like what I would always do when I'm reading about like stories or reading about history, I would think like, it'd be funny if it went like this, and I'd have like some like dumb skit in my head that I imagined is like how things could have gone, like in an alternate timeline. Like those are like my skits that you see in my videos, like those like wacky, like obviously this isn't how it happened, but it kind of is funny if it went like this. That was always like really funny to me, but no one could ever like see what I'm talking about when I like explained like my joke to them. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll fucking draw it then. And that's kind of how I came about to drawing these videos, so people can see the chaos that's in my brain. Let's call in the reserves. But yeah, that's a kind of a long-winded answer. Thank you. How much research goes into a video, like hours-wise? A fuckload, let's just put it like that. If you're curious, I have my sources for my Cold War video in the bottom of the description. There's a Google Word doc Is that what it is? Google Doc that you can click and it shows all my sources. And there's like a few books in there. I straight up read those, so it takes a lot of time. I spend like a month and a half on research. Hours wise, many hours. It depends on the video, obviously. Like the Cold War one was a lot. But like some videos, it's not as intense because it's just like maybe one story or something. All right, it's like midday. I need to get going. Find a part. To keep on schedule, I need to get like a part a day. I feel like I should have turned off my engine to like save energy, but that's fine. The design of this Pikmin guy is so adorable. Oh shit, what's his name again? I forget his name. It's starts with an O. But he reminds me of like the main character from the series Bone. Like those comics that were like popular back in like the 2000s. There we go. Some more bombs. All right, you guys kill that one without disturbing the mother. Perfect. Now eat him. Eat him. Oh, I lost a Pikmin in that combat. All right, that's fine. The rest of you, kill this one in its sleep. Okay, they're getting fucked up. Are you gonna drop the bomb, children, please? I think I didn't have that many losses that time. That was fine. All right, I don't need 20 of you guys. Jesus, come on. I don't need all of you to do that. Just like you know, a few. Hey, thank you for joining as a member. That's right. I have members or a membership system on my Reggae channel. You can join that and you get access to like some emojis. I think it lets you skip ads, but don't hold me to it. I'm not sure how that works. There's like mid-roll ads or something for streams. So it might do that. Hey, don't go in the water, you fucking, oh my god, why, come back. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I don't understand. These guys. Okay, so I just can't get through that. I don't know how that works, so we're gonna leave. Why would they do that? Alright, we need some more bombs. You, sir, grab bomb. Grab bomb. Alright. Bomb boys, do your worst. Wreak havoc. Stay alive. Drop the bomb and stay alive. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Textbook. Textbook. There you go. There you go. Drop it. Drop it. Atta boy. Let's go. It's just like that. You guys are great. Just keep that up. Uh-oh. That's not good. Kill. Kill. Alright, I think losses are just inevitable in this. That's fine. Okay, alright, kill the larva. Holy shit, this is like a field of death. Some more of these yellow guys. The last vid he uploaded was 4 weeks ago. Me? Not me. Alright, I need more of these guys. I have to go back. Oh, let me get some more of these yellows though. Go, grab that. You get that one. I'll come back. I need to hurry though. Can I call them from all the way over here? Alright. I'll keep the sprouts in the ground. I'll just take the guys that are here and get moving. Oh man, I don't have much time. I'm really lollygagged. Good, soldiers, come on. We have work to do. Shit, I need to bomb this wall. Okay, alright, this is not a good start. Bomb. Oh my god. And then everyone else kill. Doing great. Come back. Kill that one. Great. Take our... Alright, we just gotta leave. This sucks. Come on, brother. Come on, everyone here. I'm fucking this up. Oh, this isn't good. We don't have time. Come on. Come on, comrades. Let's go. Holy shit. In. The ones in the ground are safe. So it's fine. Everyone go back in the ship. I don't know if that'll help with the yellow Pikmin too, hopefully. Are they in? Is everyone... You. Get the fuck over here. Oh man, oh well. I should play Civ 6 on stream. I never really played Civ 6. I played the fuck out of Civ 5 though, still do. I just couldn't get behind like the updated art style. I don't like it. Like it looks like a mobile game. Like if you look at the art, I don't know if I saved the yellow ones, but I do have yellow ones in the ground.
I now add yellow Pikmin to my list of discoveries. These creatures can wield bomb rocks, so perhaps I can use them to blast down rock walls and open up new regions. Red and yellow Pikmin, as well as bomb rock carriers, break into squads when dismissed with X. If I grab one for a moment by holding A, I can swap Pikmin by then pressing R.
Cool. That was a disaster. Should I just like not even save and just try again? What do you guys think? Or should I just take the L and try to get two parts the next day? I could just try it again and just like speed run it. I kind of like I didn't take advantage of the ample time that I had. I really didn't get far. Seeing no signs. And I'm just gonna do it again. Continue for previous save. Let's just do it again. We got this. I'll speed run it. I'll skip through all the cutscenes. Forest of Hope. Let's go. Land. Someone start the timer. This is getting uploaded to the speedrunning website. Let's go. Come on, comrades. Alright, I'm just gonna like take just a healthy chunk of soldiers. Let's go. Actually, you know what? I need more than that. Cause like these like fights have a high attrition rate. This is an army I would not want to be conscripted into, but luckily I'm the one doing the conscripting. So it works out just fine. It's not my life on the line. Yep. Scoop. Beautiful. Holy shit, guys. Did you know they had yellow Pikmin? I didn't. This is crazy. Welcome our brother into the world of the light. Oh my god, look guys, he's got ears. Nuts. Yep. How do I skip? There we go. Alright, alright. You. Get more. Make baby. He's kind of tracking 2 at a time. Oh. Come here. Come here. There we go. More. More baby. Needs a few bombers to get this working. No. Come on. Come here. Thank you. More baby. And then we can get moving. Now. Yellow guys. Grab bombs. More bombs. More bombs. We need more. Oh, yeah. They can hold bombs. It's crazy. Pikmin are what we call acceptable casualties. They are... Yeah, they're like their lives. You know. They don't matter a lot, but, you know. They do the job. Alright. Perfect. Let's go. Bomb. Bomb. Yep. Crazy. I know, right? Bomb. Oh, I killed one by throwing him into the other bomb. That's funny. Alright, and then let's get... Alright, we don't have any more babies. Grab that bomb. Perfect. And then is there a way I could, like... Oh, wait, if I do this... Can I just get the bomb squad? I just want the bomb squad. It's close enough. Alright, bomb squad. Come on, yep. Hey, I had 2 of you. What the fuck? Shit, dog. Alright, perfect. It worked out. Alright, well, 1 died. That's fine. It is, how you say, an acceptable loss. Take that. Alright, if there's nothing we can really do over there, or if there is, I didn't figure out how yet, so instead, where the fuck did the yellow guy go? Grab the brother. Take child. Take your child. Did no one grab that? What the hell? Thank you. Whatever. I wanted another yellow, but that's fine. Take that one. And then these yellow guys, grab some bombs. And we're gonna take down this wall. Supply. Get more comrade. This is a good start. We're still in the morning. More bomb. I'm gonna need to go back and get some more reds in a second, but hopefully... Alright. Bomb. Bomb guys. Actually, no, I want to save those bombs. We're just gonna full steam ahead. Go. You got it. Oh my god, you're killing it. Very good. Oh, that's a lot of ghosts going into the sky. Cool. Alright, my entire army is like going back to camp, so I guess I gotta go get some more. Is that another one? Damn, they just keep coming. They don't stop. Actually, let's just take down the wall since I'm here. Oh, fuck. Leave them alone! Oh, fuck. They're like attacking me, even. Alright. Kill them. I'm gonna have no brothers coming back. This is bad. Do they just infinitely spawn? Holy shit. Alright, I'm killing some yellows, but this is fine. I need to get this wall down. Come back. Did that not even take down the wall anymore? What the hell? That exploded, but the wall didn't go down at all. Alright. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Where are the bombs? There we go. Stock up, boys. We're going to Cambodia.
But we won't tell anyone, will we?
Oh, so many new soldiers. Oh wait, we can take down this wall since I'm here. I got how many bombs? 3? That might do it. This might be a quick way around too. 4. Oh, I'm sitting pretty. We can take this down. I don't even need to do more. All good. Got everyone? Come on. God damn it. Kill child. Perfect. All right. And then bomb mother? I think that's kind of the strat. Oh, will that one explode? Please explode. Thank God. We may have lost a brother, but we gained a mother. Beast. Can I blow that up? Oh wait, these are the ones you can do by hand. Okay. Brute force. Yeah, you guys just keep at that. Back. Okay, it's not even at noon yet. Not even at noon. This is fine. Alright, that's good. Hopefully they're done. Dear Lord. No, no, children around the wall. There you go. Come on. Come on. There we go. There you go. There you go. No, you can do it. You get in there, buddy. No, 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 no. No. Don't eat my ass. Tear down the wall. What are you doing, dude? What is he doing? He's just throwing it back. I'm not expecting to see Blue Jay use suicide bombers. Have you not seen my videos? I think that's very within character. Get in there. I don't even know where the nearest part is. Hopefully we're going the right way. Is that a part over there? That's a cannon? That looks like a cannon in the corner. That's probably something, so I'm gonna say this is the right way. Alright. Now, forward. Child first. Kill child. Oh, you know what? Eventually I'm gonna find blue Pikmin, and I bet you they can go through the water. Kill mother. No, that's not good. Nope, kill mother. You got it, you got it. Good, good, good. Kill child. Good, 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 good. Take part? Yes! Yes! Yes!
I found the Nova Blaster! This emits a dazzling burst of light capable of destroying almost anything! Except for my wife. Dumb bitch. I'm not exactly sure about this, but the promotional brochure claims that its blast can travel in the currents of space-time, smashing through stars and into the rifts of space.
The brochure? You're an astronaut. You just read Wikipedia? Is that how you roll? Damn. Alright, I only need 30 of you guys to do that. So, some take mother, some take ship part. Guys, come on. Take... Okay, 10 take that, rest take this. Guys, come on. Work with me here, thank you. Hint, throw the Pikmin at the back of the big ones. They will ride the thing and won't be eaten. Really? Okay. That's cool. I'll try that. So I might just take these things and call it a day, because I don't know how much time I have to go do more. Maybe I just like take these guys and I don't know, like spawn in some more, perhaps. Yay! Nova Blaster! This is a weapon of such incredible destructive force that I can blast stars into tiny pieces. Damn, it has a strange allure. Thank God for the Second Amendment. I have now recovered 3 out of 30 parts. If I find just 2 more, I should be able to increase my ship's capabilities. I need my Star Blaster for self-defense. I want to know about, like, the political environment of this guy's world. Like, if he's just the dude, because he does not sound like, you know, like a government astronaut. He sounds like some guy that just, like, has a ship. Like, yeah, I blow up stars. So what? It's my right. They were in my eyes. Like, what the fuck? Is that a part? That is a part. Wait, okay, I can get another. I hope. Will they get back in time? They might not get back in time. Let's find out. Go, 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 brothers. I think if I have, like, maybe if I have more helping, it goes faster. Yeah, they're kind of speeding. Where are you going? Can you go back that way? It's my whimsical radar! That's the one way to put it. With this, I'll be able to see all nearby ship parts in a single glance. Oh, that's what this is. And with a single glance, I just have to press plus to check it. This find fills me with great hope. Good, we're on in the land of hope, after all. Run, children! We're gonna die! Oh wait, we're kind of close. Oh, that's totally fine. Why are you over here, man? I just like lose Pikmin. I don't know why. I don't like tell them to go over there. They just kind of like stop following me sometimes. Come on, you can do it! And then everyone get back in the ship. Hurry! Yes! 2 in 1 day, let's fucking go. It is kind of whimsical. Whimsical radar. This important part can detect locations of other missing parts. The radar will be added to my monitor, which I can press plus to view. I can scan with L or zoom with R. This will surely help me in my search for the remaining parts. Sick. I have now recovered 4 out of 30 parts. If I can find just 1 more, I should be able to increase my ship's capabilities. Hurry, gather into the ship. No, don't birth. Everyone in. Everyone in. What are you doing? Oh, the yellow guys. Yeah, the yellow, whatever. I'm fucked. I think my yellow guys are all gonna die. Here, if they're with me, are they safe? I don't know. I don't have time to go back anyway, so. Hopefully they're fine. Blue Jay, what is your favorite currency? Gumballs. I thought that was pretty clear. Did they just like run off to die, or are they fine? We'll find out next time on Game Grumps. Into the cosmos. Let's go.
3 days since impact. I now add yellow Pikmin to my list of discoveries. These creatures wield bomb rocks, so perhaps I can use them to blast down rock walls and open up new regions. Red and yellow Pikmin, as well as bomb rock carriers, break into squads when dismissed. I think I've already read this.
Score. Lost in battle, left behind. Okay, I didn't leave any behind. Score. That's good. We ballin'. What feeling does this image give you? It feels like something I would see on like a 4th grade like invitation to a movie night at your school. Like a little popcorn clip art thing. So I guess like weird, uncomfortable, yet nostalgic. Now I can save. That's a much better run. We're killing it. We're killing it. Alright, do I keep going or do you guys want the director's commentary now? Damn, it's been an hour? Holy shit. Right? It does feel like that. Did you have those? Was that just me? Did anyone have like their elementary schools do like movie nights that had like teacher supervisors? You can come in with like PJs and like you can like get popcorn and you sit in like a big room and they have a projector and they show a movie on the wall. I love those. But it's also kind of weird. Commentary, keep going. All right, that's 1-1. I don't know. That's 2-1. 2-1 for director's commentary. And then a yeah. And then an oh yeah. Oh, you guys are saying yeah to the movie night thing. Okay. Alright, I'm seeing votes for the commentary, so I might like go over to that now. It's a good stopping point of the day in. I don't know if this is a game I'm gonna continue streaming though. I don't know if it's like super entertaining or not. I hope it is. When you say we are killing it, do you refer to the innocent Pikmin or the game? Yes. Also, how do I give you money? You do not have to for one, but if you want to, there is like a tip link in my description, I think. Or there's like super chats. I'm not really sure how that works though. And then there's like memberships that I brought up before that you can join as a member and you get access to like emojis, and other stuff. It's just like an easy way to support my streaming shenanigans if you guys want to see more. And I want to play other games too. Like I was playing Metroid Dread previously. That was really fun to stream. I might continue streaming that. This game is also fun. I like it. It seems like commentary is winning though. So I might do commentary. Sorry, Nate. I know you want more content to edit into a video. But the people have spoken. Alright, so I can go back to this afterwards if people want to see more. How about that? Stop stalling, we want commentary. Damn, GP. Damn. You can say what you want nicer. I'm just a wee little lad after all. Let me pull it up. Can you stream Angry Birds Epic for a few hours? How about I fold a piece of paper into a triangle, turn on a webcam, and stream me playing that like finger flicking football game? You know, like kick a little field goal. I could do that. I think that's good content. Sonic Frontiers, it's a fun game. It's such a, I love Sonic. It's such like an interesting game though. Like it's just, it feels weird, you know? It's like realistic and like grim, like the atmosphere, and it feels like just like some like default world that you find when you like open up Unity to make a game, and then they just like threw some pipes in there. I've seen a little bit of gameplay, but I haven't played it. I might try it. That's been an option? What's been an option? Oh, the finger flicking? Dude, everything's an option. I do whatever I want with this. Red J is for me to just like try stuff for fun with you guys. Alright, I am pulling up the let me go ahead and quiet that. Pull up my browser, switch over, bam, here we go. I'm not even signed in or anything, and I'm on the home screen here. I don't know how that's, if that's like a thing other people see. That'd be insane if I just like show up for people. That's kind of cool. But I don't know if it has like some kind of like data stored on this from like previous things I watch, which probably is the case. Anyway, welcome. For this, I'm gonna turn off the chat on the screen so you can see the video better. So, today we are going to do a behind-the-scenes commentary of how to win the Cold War. I'm seeing like a lot of like random glitches. Do you guys like see like artifacting pop up at all, or is that just me? I think it's just me. Do you see my mouse, or is it being weird? Did my mouse not show up? Huh, okay. All right. So let's just get into it. Well, let's skip that.
And Matthias Royst was going to save the world.
Did everyone hear it? Is the volume working? I just want to make sure.
The year is 1987, and Matthias Royst was going to save the world.
Okay.
The West German teen wasn't a fan of living as the sauerkraut in the middle of the world.
Why is it coming through so quiet? Is that just me? Hold on. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's why.
Sauciest nuclear sandwich.
Whoa, that's a lot louder. Little higher volume. Let me turn that. I'm gonna tune this in now. Here we go. Let's try this.
Especially when neither side could agree to lay off the plutonium mayo. I guess I have to solve this.
Is that a good volume? Let me know if that's a good volume and I'll continue what I just played. Yep. Okay. All right. Starting over. All right. How to win the Cold War is the name of this video. And I'm just going to pull up my notes here to make sure I've got everything organized, and cool. Here we go.
The year is 1987, and Matthias Royst was going to save the world. The West German teen wasn't a fan of living as the sauerkraut in the middle of the world's sauciest nuclear sandwich, especially when neither side could agree to lay off the plutonium mayo. I guess I have to solve this myself, said the
better?
stupid boy. So the 18-year-old wrote a 20-page manifesto, a sentence that normally screams stay home from school, but this manifesto detailed instructions for Gorbachev on how to advance world peace. The next steps of his plan were rather simple. All he had to
Alright, sorry, I'm distracted with like playing with the volume. Is that good now? God, I need to like get this stream more organized. I already missed all the shit that I wanted to say. That's good? Perfect. Cool. I'll leave it there. I'm gonna rewind a little bit. Rewind a little. I'm just gonna start over. Alright. Last time. I'm just sticking with this volume. I might turn it down like a tiny bit here. There. Perfect.
The year is 1987, and Matthias Royst was going to save the world. The West German teen wasn't a fan of living as the sauerkraut in the middle of the world's sauciest nuclear sandwich, especially when neither side could agree to lay off the plutonium mayo. I guess I have to solve this myself, said the stupid boy. So the 18-year-old wrote a 20-page manifesto, a sentence that normally screams stay home from school, but this manifesto detailed instructions for Gorbachev on how to advance world peace.
I was just thinking of like I thought it'd be funny if it was like written in crayon and had like those S's on it. I don't know, like the premise of this whole story is just absolutely absurd. And I've watched interviews with this guy, Matthias Royst, I don't know. I said his last name one time in the intro because I could never quite pronounce it as I've heard interviewers say it. They're like, Matthias Royst, or Royst. And I don't know how to say it, so I'm just gonna say Matthias Rust. I don't know. whatever. Just pretend that I said it right, however you're supposed to say it in German. And it's just like, it's such a funny idea. Like, I'm going to write a letter on how to advance world peace, and I'm going to give it to Gorbachev in person. It's just like, it's wild. I chose this story because the whole theme of this video, right, is how to win the Cold War, how to like bring it to a close. And then when I was researching Cold War stories, I came across this one, and like that's like literally what I am like. That is exactly what my premise is. It's like, what if you personally tried to stop the Cold War? That's what he did. So this is kind of like if Alex were to try, my character, to end the Cold War, he could have done it like this. So I'm like, okay, this is a great way to open up the video. It's an example of someone trying to stop the Cold War, doing something absolutely batshit insane, like going in person to Moscow from West Germany, to tell Gorbachev how to be nice, how to advance world peace. This whole thing came in the aftermath of a summit in I want to say, it'll show on the map.
The next
here in a
steps of his
second.
plan were rather simple. All he had to do was
Iceland, I
take this
think.
manifesto, hop in a Cessna, and fly from the west directly into Moscow, where he could hand deliver it to Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev himself.
So yeah, this is the flight route. This is the actual route. He flies from West Germany up here, and he goes all the way to Iceland. And this is the location of a summit that happened in 1989, where Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev had met, and they failed to reach any agreement to reduce nuclear arsenals at the time. And so he was really upset to hear that news. He had gone here hoping that there might be a way for him to see them there in Iceland. Ended up not happening. So then from there, he flew, made a few more stops before he ended up going straight into Russia. Like, he just fucking full send went in. And like, people were picking him up on the radar the whole time. Like, people saw him. They saw this flight. At first they thought a crash happened somewhere in the sea over here, and search and rescue were sent to go see if they could locate the wreckage, because he disappeared from radar once he went too far this way towards the Soviet Union. It's really interesting, this whole story. And also, I thought it'd be really funny for like every single time Gorbachev is shown in this video, I used the picture of him in a Pizza Hut commercial, which is true. Gorbachev appeared in, I think, the first Pizza Hut commercial to ever be shown in the Soviet Union when they opened up there. And I think, more than anything, that is the perfect symbolic moment to show that America won the Cold War. That they got the leader of the Soviet Union to appear in one of the most capitalistic American chains you can have, Pizza Hut. That is core America right there. It would have been, the only thing better is like McDonald's, right? So it's hilarious. So I thought it'd be really funny to use that picture of him every time I showed him.
With only 50 hours of flight experience, Matthias took to the skies and into Soviet territory.
Oh, look at that, it's a little Blue Jay plushie. Buy one if you want it.
Air defenses were put on high alert. Soviet MiGs pulled up next to and flew by him. But much like an Activision Blizzard employee, Matthias wasn't going to take no for an answer.
Actually, no, that's a good point. You know, I really should show you the ad. All right, so just for a little bit of education, Gorbachev. There, it's right there. I literally just typed in Gore. Gorbachev Pizza Hut. I think it's this one.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on
Ignore
Amazon until you
YouTubers. All right. Yeah, it's this. It's Gorbachev going into a Pizza Hut.
Это Горбачев.
You know, as leaders do.
Это из-за него у нас
No security,
в экономике
no nothing.
бардак.
Благодаря ему у нас новые возможности.
Citizens openly arguing about politics in front of the leader of the Soviet Union.
Благодаря ему у нас свобода,
Полный хаос,
перспективы.
политическая нестабильность.
Да благодаря ему у нас есть Pizza Hut.
I love that.
За Горбачева!
За Горбачева!
Sometimes nothing brings
Oh my
people
God.
together like a nice hot pizza from Pizza Hut.
Can you imagine the parallel of like something like this in America today? Like the equivalent would be, let's see, what is like a brand from another country? Takis. Like those like chip things. Are those from like these guys here? I don't know if these are from America or not, but I don't know. Like okay, it's a Mexican brand. It looks like. All right, so imagine you have Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives. They're sitting at a table, right? They're just like, you know, at Thanksgiving. They're arguing about Biden. And they're like, fuck, because of Biden, the gas prices have gone up. And it's like, no, but because of Biden, we have jobs and opportunities. Like, no, because of Biden, we have all these new yada, yada, yada political talking points. You know, look on Twitter and you'll find examples. And then the grandma's like, because of Biden, we have Takis. I do love that blue heat flavor, and they just smile and they hug and kiss and make out. Like that would be the equivalent. I think that's so funny because like Gorbachev, to my understanding, I haven't talked to a ton of people in Russia about this, but from the few I've talked to and heard from online, isn't very liked. He's seen as someone who kind of just ruined the Soviet Union and let it fall apart. He's not very popular now. He wasn't during his reign, and his popularity just continued to decline. I could be completely wrong, but that's what I have seen is for the most part he wasn't very popular. So it's just really funny to like see, especially like older people argue in favor of him, because those are the people most likely to not like him, the people that let the Soviet Union or the people that experienced the Soviet Union, seeing it falter under the reigns of this man, are the people that are less likely to like him. But anyway, that's the commercial. He appeared in a Pizza Hut commercial. Yeah, I just think it's hilarious. Anyway, back to the story of Matthias Rost going into the Soviet Union.
Through sheer dumb luck, every surface-to-air missile and fighter jet was denied permission to engage, assuming he was just a dumb student with his transponder turned off.
So there's actually a lot to that. There are many instances. If you want to read into the story further, I highly recommend it, because there are multiple kind of like instances where he was flying in the Soviet territory and various radars, missile batteries, and jets picked up his presence and then asked for permission to engage or try to figure out what the fuck is this, what's going on. Multiple times it was like, okay, we're assuming that there's like some error with the radar. There was like, I think one story specifically where he was flying near an airfield where pilots were being trained, and there was like apparently some kind of glitch where there could be like some combination of things that happen that result in a aircraft on the radar being shown as unidentified when it's actually identified as a friendly. And so people would be used to this error and then by habit just go and mark it as a friendly aircraft. And that was something that happened to him during his flight, where they saw him, unidentified aircraft flying through this airspace, and they're like, oh, it's probably a student that had, I think the transponder turned off was exactly what might have caused that. So let's mark him as green, he's good, and just let him keep flying. That's probably what it is. And so that's what let him go very far. There were multiple times where people checked in saying, hey, is this okay? And then like through various, like reasonings, they decided, yeah, he's fine, let him fly. Even though like private aircraft, I believe, were not allowed to be owned in the Soviet Union. So like the odds of like a civilian flying around were pretty low. It was pretty much like only military commercial pilot training that were allowed to fly. You can't just like own a plane at this time. So it's just really crazy. It's like this insane series of events where he just was allowed to keep going into the Soviet Union. Like it's not the height of the Cold War, so it would have been crazier if this happened in like the 50s or 60s. That would be batshit insane. This was 1989. Things were like the lowest tension than they'd ever been. I mean, still tense. It's the Cold War, right? But it's not as bad as it was, you know, like during the Cuban Missile Crisis. But still terribly embarrassing. They realized their mistake too late once Matthias landed an aircraft directly onto Red Square. So, just a little bit of details there. He didn't land right on it. Like, he didn't land right where you're seeing. Actually, what he did was he flew over it a few times, which is crazy. People were crowded. You know, this is like a very populated area. It's a heavy, tourist destination. There were a lot of people that were, you know, walking around looking up at him, and what he was trying to do was fly low enough to get them to, you know, move out of the fucking way, like trying to indicate, hey, I need to get down here. But they wouldn't. They would kind of just like follow him around like, holy shit, what's this? This is crazy. So instead he went off into the distance, like kind of like right off screen here, and he landed on a bridge that goes into Red Square, and then from there he pulled in. So he like rolled into Red Square in a little Cessna, while everyone was just looking. And there's like footage of this. Here, let me pull that up actually. There was like a British, there might be footage here. There was like a British person of some sorts. I don't know if he was like a tourist or like a businessman.
Well, I came across the bridge here, and when I came,
there's some footage of him flying around in Red Square.
There was a small plane, and people were curiously climbing up and looking inside, and some people were talking to the pilot and asking him questions. He was just leaning against the side, and then an American tourist in the crowd called and asked him where he had come from.
Yeah, that's him right here.
And he said from Helsinki.
There's a lot of footage. There's like the video I'm thinking of specifically was like a British guy that was commentating over it, watching him fly in and pull into Red Square. It's just nuts, right? You see it flying around these like super iconic buildings. That's like pretty much the core identity of the Soviet Union, right? That's St. Basil's Cathedral, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. You see like the Kremlin over here. Like these are like the buildings you think of when you think of Moscow, and he's just flying right by them. Could easily crash into them. It could have been like a terrorist attack. Granted, you know, this is before like 9/11 and stuff like that's not really as expected. That's not something you really think of until after, you know, 2001, but still nuts, right? Like that could have been some kind of like invasion. But yeah, here he landed. Oh, also, side note, this drawing here, this took me 17 hours to do. I have never spent more time on a background drawing. I was like sending this to all my friends while I was working on it saying, dude, fuck Russia and they're like stupidly overly ornamental, detailed buildings, because like, goddamn, I knew I wanted to draw this background when I was writing this part of the video, but I was like kind of dreading it as it was coming up. I mean, it was like gonna be a challenge, and I'm so happy with how it turned out, because it is, I think, my best drawing to date on my channel. And I really challenged myself. I tried new techniques with my line work. Like, for example, my art style had always kind of been like just really strong, thick black lines outlining most things. But as you can see over here, on like this tower here, I kind of tried varying the thickness of the line as I was drawing to kind of like give this impression of a bricky texture. So like outlining like the base here around the front door, you can see it kind of like varies in thickness. That's something I was trying new. Or like down the corner here of the tower, you can see it varying in thickness. I was kind of just trying to make sure that it kind of like gave off a more rocky texture. I just now realized the resolution's low. There we go. But yeah, it took a long time. I used reference images to help me, but I tried my best to not trace anything. I had to kind of like overlay images here and there, like if I couldn't get like something to look right. Like I think like the top of this tower here was kind of hard for me to get down right, so I would have to like hover the image and make sure it lined up. And also thank you so much for the sub, Lucky Laker. Thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, so I spent a lot of time on this, but I really am trying to improve my art with each and every video. I knew I was going to use this for the thumbnail as well as I was drawing it, so that's kind of why I took extra time with it and extra care. And overall, I'm really proud with how it turned out. And that's why, like, going into this drawing, I could have, you know, shown the plane landing, but I kind of wanted to have a few frames where you didn't see anything but the drawing, just to kind of, you know, like, let people appreciate how good it looks. And honestly, like, I'm just very proud of it, because if you look at how much my art has evolved over the years, this is by far the best it's ever been, I think. Like, looking back at my first video.
Folks, just want to take a moment.
Speaking of,
not a single donation.
China is a cool. All right, so let's see my backgrounds in this video. Let's compare and contrast. Here's an example of a destroyed building, right? I just have a PNG of a nuke out the window. I got really thick lines in, this is back when I was using pencil brushes instead of like brushes. I've changed brushes since then, as you can, I've changed a lot since then, as you can tell. And like, I don't have any three-dimensional, you know, aspects to these walls. Like, now I would show, like, you know, like, this isn't just like a flat paper thin wall. You would see pieces of the wall in the background through this hole here. Or like, let's look at another. I know I have another here somewhere. Enough, allowing Western powers to insert their annoying imperial influences. Oh my gosh, the narration too is so different. Was overthrown with the Wu-Chang uprising. Come on, it's like right in the beginning here somewhere. When a bomb accidentally exploded. There we go. So like, here's like an example of a background where I started. This was back in 2020, so this is like my big background of this video. This is the one that I spent the most time on. Like, wow, it's like a different, it's almost like a completely different style at this point. But like, just seeing how far I've come in drawing, like, I'm not anywhere close to like a great artist, I don't think, but just seeing my own improvement is kind of why I like doing these videos and why I like taking the time to make them good, taking the time between uploads, because it's not just about, you know, being an influencer, making money, getting famous or any of that. It's really about the art for me, as dumb as that sounds. This is my creative outlet, and I really want to try to challenge myself to try new things with my videos and to improve. That's kind of what it all comes down to. But yeah, I really wanted to highlight with this video, especially just the how much I've improved over the years, and tried to continue to with each video. But very proud of this drawing, loved how it came out. Anyway, I'll stop talking your guys' ears off about it now.
Marking the first time a German invasion ever got to Moscow. What would Lenin think if he could see this? Oh, he's right there.
So that, I really love that part. The first time a German invasion ever got to Moscow. No one pointed it out, but there is actually a battle called the Battle of Moscow in World War II. That was a time where Germany, Nazi Germany at the time, kind of got to Moscow. I think they were within like 50 miles of the city, though. They never actually got to the city. So as far as I could find in my research, this is the first time like outside Germans, quote unquote, invaded Moscow, in the sense that a German came to Moscow without being allowed to, in a, like, obviously not like a military invasion, but like in a way where it's like kind of like invading, because he flew in through their airspace without any permission. So kinda, which is kind of funny. And yeah, like Lenin's tomb is like right behind the picture that I drew. It's literally on the strip. So like behind this picture would be that cathedral that you saw.
After limited mingling, since he forgot one thing during his packing for a Russian diplomatic mission.
Oh, there's Timmy. I always have Timmy in my videos.
The Russian language, he was arrested by the KGB.
Yeah, he didn't speak Russian.
Not only violation of flight laws,
so
but
he had
also
trouble talking to people.
hooliganism, which if you've ever pounded dollaritas at Applebee's with Trey, you understand that term all too well. The embarrassment of the Soviet military gave Gorbachev the opportunity to push reforms and sack hundreds of military officials once it was shown they couldn't even shoot down a measly civilian aircraft, except for that one time.
Yeah, so Gorbachev, when he came into power, he did want to like completely like overhaul the military, kind of get rid of the old, bring in the new. This came at the perfect time for him. it allowed him to use it as like the golden example of why our military is fucking up and why I need to push my reforms. So it kind of ended up helping out Russia in a way. So that's kind of why I later say he had like an impact, you know. This, while it was insanely embarrassing, it allowed him to like push all these reforms that he was trying to lobby. Also, the Wild West video still your favorite, or has it changed? I would say, I did say at the time the Wild West video was my magnum opus. I still think it's really up there. I think this is my new favorite video that I've done, but Wild West is still like neck and neck with it. Wild West and the Cold War are my two personal favorites of my own videos.
While he wasn't able to build his imaginary bridge between East and West, having at least somewhat of an impact helps Matthias handle this rejection well, but apparently only for 2 years, as he later stabbed a woman to the brink of death for it.
Yeah, that's wild. That's something that I did not find talked about anywhere in articles about him. Literally, like 2 years after this event, there's a story on Wikipedia that he stabbed a female co-worker who rejected him, and that they barely survived. Like, he went to prison for it, but I think he was given a really light sentence, and I can't confirm this is something I saw in the comments, that apparently the judge saw his story. Like, he saw him, like, come into court and is like, oh shit, you're the guy that flew into Russia, that's cool. And then kind of, like, let him off easy for doing something this psychotic. Oh my god, I don't know, it's just kind of funny. It's like an example of, like, how, like, don't like blindly worship your heroes. Not that he's like some kind of like idol, but yeah, that was just like whiplash for me reading about him.
Why are you telling me all this? Just giving you some food for thought, Alex, because now it's up to you to end the Cold War and save the world. What? Why me? Why can't you leave me alone? Well, as you can see, I didn't do all that great of a job at it, and also, you're a lot of fun for me. But don't worry, champ, I've got a titillating tally of tales of wacky capitalist and commie shenanigans to help teach even you how to win the Cold War.
Yeah, so, this is the longest intro I've ever done, right? But I don't really even see it as an intro because it's a story in and of itself. It's content. I didn't really like waste your time. But yeah, it's like a 2.5 minute intro. And I thought it'd be funny that it's like this whole time, this is like a bedtime story where I had broken through Alex's wall. This is me having broken through his wall and closing a book, like as if that whole time I was just reading out of it to him. And yeah, there's like a lot of little Easter eggs in here. I had a lot of fun animating this water pipe in the background. I thought that'd be cool, like ambiance, just a looping fluid animation. You'll see throughout this video, this is like the most I've ever had to do fluid animations in any video of mine. So I feel like I got really good at kind of understanding liquids throughout this. And then, yeah, I wanted to like kind of show the evolving impact I've been having on Alex throughout my videos, because I've been kidnapping him a ton. So like, yeah, on his walls he has like clay pigeon shooting knowledge, you know, how to shoot birds, protect yourself from kidnapping, if it flies it spies, birds aren't real. Like, it's just like all this like it like swings from like self-protection to copium, like birds aren't real, he's not real, Blue Jay's not real. And then I always have my, you know, JoJo reference in every single video, so that's my little, you know, part 2 JoJo reference. He's a big fan of part 2, I decided. Why does he live in a nuclear wasteland? That's not where he lives. You hear Blue Jay say, like, now it's up to you to end the Cold War and save the world, right? The premise is me teaching Alex how to end the Cold War and covering different examples of like stories of like Cold War shenanigans and how each nation tried to one-up each other. And I say, like, as you see, I didn't do all that great of a job at it, indicating the wasteland in the background, like, oh yeah, I fucked up, the world is now a nuclear wasteland, we're gonna try it again, but this time you're the one that's gonna try to fix things. So that's kind of like the premise, that's why there's a nuclear wasteland in the background. By the way, this wasteland is reused for my intro from my radiation science video. But yeah, that's kind of like my little Easter eggs here. Oh yeah, also, The Man from U.N.C.L.E., super underrated. I love that movie. It's good fun. It's good spy fun, you know, with with a lot of, you know, like fun, whimsical spy comedy from the Cold War. So I highly recommend it. You know, Henry Cavill is great. Cold War.
All right, Alex, let's take you back to...
Can't out Pizza the Hut.
Sorry about that, Alex. One got away. What? You and the... One what? Just a piece of my soul. I had the boys in the lab split mine up. Split your soul? Why? Why, to put the pieces in the marketable plushies, of course. Kind of like Harry Potter, but less stupid and British. Introduce...
Before we go too far, I did have some stuff I wanted to say. So...
All right, Alex, let's take you back
this part
to...
right here, the harpooning. So... Many of you guys already know that I kind of try to distinguish these two, like, quote-unquote worlds in my videos. There's the narration world, where characters like Timmy, the guy with the spinny propeller hat, Alex, who you see here, who's now dressed up in a very James Bond-esque outfit. I looked at, you know, Daniel Craig from Casino Royale as my influence for this outfit. And other people that like Blue Jay interacts with, or characters that have nothing to do with the history being told and are just being used as tools of explanation. They all live in the narration world. And then there's like the history world that contain characters who actually existed in history. So like when we saw Matthias Roest landing in Moscow, that would be an example of like the history world in my videos. And they're like the ones that are meant to portray, you know, historical events and explanations for them. So I kind of played with this idea here where we see this like soul fragmented Blue Jay get shot with a harpoon.
All right, Alex, let's take you back to...
And dragged off screen. So if you notice, like at first when he comes in, he's moving with smooth... transformation animations, just like normal Blue Jay does, the true Blue Jay in my videos. But once he gets shot with a harpoon, what's this? Did you notice that choppy drag off screen? So I have him get dragged off screen with frame by frame animation. Let me just kind of like back up here to show. Trying to back up by frames. So as I move each frame, you can see it's a new image for every single frame. So that, aka, that's like the exact same way that all non-Blue Jay characters move in my videos. Alex will move like that. Whenever I have like a more fluid action being portrayed by a character, they all move in frame-by-frame animation. They don't move with transformation animation for the most part. Only Blue Jay is the one that does that. So I'll draw one frame at a time. For me, that's usually around 30 FPS. So this is meant to be a symbolic artistic choice. It's kind of like ripping this false Blue Jay's status from godhood that the true Blue Jay enjoys in my videos. He's being torn off screen to be destroyed, and at the same time, his illusion of power is shattered by changing into frame-by-frame animation. Now, did I really need to go into like so much symbolic depth for the intro to a merch plug? Honestly, I kind of think so. It's exactly like the little artistic choices like that make the biggest difference in these stories, in stories in general, in my videos. I think, like, I very often, I get the extremely vague question from people that are like, do you have any advice on how to be a successful YouTuber? There is no very specific all-encompassing game plan any YouTuber can give you to be successful, and if someone tries to, ignore them. But for such a broad question, I can give a very broad answer. Do something that brings you enough joy and enough of an opportunity to artistically express yourself that you can go off on this like 5-minute tangent in a director's commentary, dissecting something as small as a half-second animation you did in a video. So it was like a little thing like that it doesn't really add a whole lot to the video, but it adds just enough for you subconsciously to see a little difference in how you perceive this character. At least that's my goal with that. So that's kind of like my explanation for like that change in animation. If anyone noticed it, I highly doubt anyone did notice it, but if you did, cheers to you.
Sorry
Then
about that,
real
Alex.
Blue Jay
One
comes
got
back
away.
with
What?
transformation
You and-
animation.
One what? Just a piece of my soul. I had the boys in the lab split mine up. Split your soul? Why? Why, to put the pieces in the marketable plushies, of course. Kind of like Harry Potter, but less stupid and British. Introducing the first limited edition Blue Jay plushie.
Yay.
I partnered up with the folks at U2's for my first ever merch drop.
Merch.
Creating a dazzling little dude that's perfect for all your plushie needs.
Like microwaving.
Looking for a ceiling decoration? Not a problem. Need a confidant you can trust with all your secrets? He won't tell a soul. We tried. Want to put him in a jar? You can. Mad at me for making...
Thank you to my friend Rush My Pancake for making that jar edit. Everyone go subscribe to Rush My Pancake. And Nate, if you're in chat, can you please link his channel for me real quick? Or actually, better yet, let me just pull him up. This guy. It's just Pancake, but his @ is Rush My Pancake. He makes really awesome gaming videos, and he's like my favorite streamer. So go ahead and give him a follow. I'm gonna try to drop a link in chat, but oh shoot, I can't type in my chat. That's annoying. Oh wait, here we go. Here we go. Him. He made that that edit. So check him out.
a mistake in a video. Brits use miles!
Oh, let me back up a little quick.
Mad at me for making a mistake in a video. Brits use miles, not kilometers!
Oh my god, so for those of you who don't know, in my abandoned projects video, I did a skit for a sponsor at the beginning where I go to like Britain to like recover this box, and like as I'm there, I say like something is like a few miles away, and then like a bunch of British people are like, actually it's kilometers, like we use kilometers in this civilized place. And it's like meant to like poke fun at like those people online that are like, you're using miles, cringe, you should use kilometers, metric is so much better. And I just use UK because I'm like, yeah, European, they say that shit all the time. I didn't really remember or realize that like measurements in the UK, their system of measurement is like fucking crazy. They like switch up between imperial and metric all the time. They use both kilometers and miles in different contexts. So I had, as you can see, a metric fuckload or imperial fuckload of comments correcting me on the use of British miles, actually, and the fact that, no, we actually do use miles. And oh my god, the amount of comments I got was fucking insane. I spent 45 minutes screenshotting individual comments that, as you can see here, are like getting very tiny, and to like put them all in this like little collage. And then it got too long that I just started taking screenshots of the entire page. All I did was search in that video's comment section miles, and I got hundreds, like multiple hundreds of comments that I screenshotted, even after I pinned a comment saying, hey guys, I know I made a mistake, they use miles in the UK, sub Germany in. Oh my god, I just had to like address that because I still get comments to this day, we use miles in Britain. And then as this guy pointed out, British people use miles, but I bet someone else has said that already. They did. They very much so did.
Well, do we have an anger outlet for you?
So yeah, you
Jealous
can
of my
beat me up if
outdoor
you're mad.
content adventures? Well, now you too can wiggle a bird plushie in front of a camera in public. It's too much fun.
Yeah, I went to the Liberty Bell to record this, so I spent a lot of time putting together this ad. If you would like to buy a plushie, you can here. Oh my god, it's so cute. This is the link if you would like to buy one. Highly recommend. It's my highest quality plushie, and I know I'm biased, but I genuinely think that. I hope you guys can trust my word a little bit.
Still not convinced? Why don't I let this official review from Adam Driver change your...
Oh yeah, and also recording that in front of like the park rangers standing around the Liberty Bell was very embarrassing. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do for the joke. Like the lady standing there, she was like my age. She just like smiles and like smirks at me a little bit as I'm pulling out a plushie. Oh my god, taking that through like the security too, I was a little nervous to be like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what to do. But like I just heard like a bunch of giggles behind me as I was saying that line and recording it.
Mind. Merch. But my soul can only be split into so many pieces before I'm reduced to a shallow husk of a bird. So click the link below and throw your money at your screen before it sells out forever. And now, back to the video.
So yeah, oh man, ad. I was gonna say something about that picture right there.
I'm John.
Video. It's so real quick. Yeah, if you want to buy it, I linked it above. It's really good. I like it. If you can't afford it and you would like to support me, feel free. If not, totally understandable. If you're not a plushie guy, I get it. Anyway, one thing that I do in all my videos, as you guys know, I hide a penny for the first person to find it to get the penny hunters role in my Discord. And well, I hid the penny in this pile here of plushies right there. You can see a little blue jay penny peeking from behind. My thought process here is that if you want to find the penny, you gotta watch the ad. I'm sorry. I thought it'd be funny because I thought like everyone would like expect it to be hidden in this like hyper detailed background in the beginning of the video with red square. But nope, I hid it in a pile of blue jay plushies. So there it is. If you were curious, Amber Jewel was the first one to find it. She got the penny hunters role. So congrats to her. So keep that in mind for the next video. If you find the penny first, just ping me in Discord, let me know, and I'll give you the penny hunters role. The exclusive club of keen-eyed people.
It's the mid-1940s. The end credits roll on the World War sequel, and the Allies are partying in Berlin to celebrate Hitler's first good painting. But the fanfare can only be short-lived, as
Such
a
a
new
work of
tension
art.
is already brewing over the world's path forward: capitalism or communism. At the helm of this debate were the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, both of whom fought harder to collect economic allies than Nazi scientists. There was only room for one top.
Which, by the way, common misconception, everyone thinks like it was only America that took a bunch of Nazi scientists from Germany after the collapse of Nazi Germany to use in like their rocket program. I'll get into detail or get more into detail about that later. Russia did too. So Operation Paperclip, excuse me, I'm still a little sick. Operation Paperclip was the famous American operation to take Nazi scientists. The Soviets had an equivalent operation that the name is escaping me off the top of my head right now. Let me just look it up. Soviet Operation Paperclip counterpart. that I won't try to pronounce. Operation Osoavikim. They actually recruited more than the US. I think America recruited something like 1,500 Nazi scientists. They recruited 2,500. And it was bigger than America. And it's kind of funny because that's something that Americans always get made fun of, or the American government get poked at for today. Like, wow, you just gave like these Nazi scientists asylum. I can't believe you're so evil to do that. Other countries did too. The Soviets notably did it more so than America. But they're, I'm sure, more than happy to let America take the shaft of the international criticism for that. I'm not saying that makes America better at all, by the way. I'm just pointing out that not many people realize that the acquisition of resources and knowledge in post-war conditions is not exclusive to any singular nation. Why Soviet Union doesn't have a face? That, well, my like dumb artistic reason for that isn't always consistent throughout the video is like, you know, communism is a collective of individuals. It's not like an individual person, or like theoretically that's not how it's supposed to be seen. So I just gave him a hat. Sometimes I give people faces, sometimes I don't. America, I try to always show with aviators because I just feel like that's kind of like the materialistic society that America is. You'll see later on in the video that he doesn't have aviators on, and that's because I catch him off guard because he's like mid eating a Big Mac, and he's not like, you know, put on with his makeup all intact and everything. So that's kind of like my choice for like showing how they look in these two pictures here.
Gamer in this post-World War II scene, and as the main actors were now considering a trilogy, one was feeling rather confident with their early acts.
And to highlight the materialistic nature, America has Fortnite weapons here.
Access to the nuclear DLC. And that is why we must abolish private property. Break free of your chains, comrade. Ah, I see. That makes a lot of sense. But see this?
Pretty cool, huh?
Whoa, what is that? Capitalism, baby. I like that.
Hell yeah.
Just wait till you see Chia
Products.
Pets. Democracy is
Chia Pets.
indispensable to
Yo-yos.
socialism. Yeah, okay, buddy. I didn't want to go here.
That's a real quote, by the way. Democracy is indispensable to socialism. That was a quote, I think, by Karl Marx. I might be wrong. Hold on. Democracy is indispensable to socialism. Oh shit. Lenin said that. My bad. That is a real quote. So I tried to like have like actual quotes. Actually, what he said too in the beginning. And that's why we must abolish private property, break free of your chains, comrade. Like, workers of the world unite is like a common catchphrase for the Soviet Union. Break free of your chains. But yeah. So, real quote.
Here. But under capitalism, our boys back in Los Alamos cooked up a fun new toy for us. So you might want to reconsider. What's the matter? Gulag got your tongue? Or
yeah, so basically the joke there is that, right after World War II, America is feeling like the top dog. They got nukes. They were the first country to develop those. They made a grand display of their might by using them to finish off the war with the Imperial Japan. And then just a few short years later, the Soviet Union, shocker, through spies in the Manhattan Project, were able to also develop nuclear weapons. So now things are getting real serious because, wow, America doesn't have the upper hand if things come to a war. Now they also have the big portable sun device.
you might want to reconsider. What's the matter? Gulag got your tongue? Wars were a lot more fun when you could kill civilians in very specific places, usually far away. But now that complete annihilation could be achieved from the press of
that. I'm sorry. I keep pausing. I'm sorry. We'll get through the video, I promise. Just that picture. I was laughing so much drawing it. That and the Hitler shooting himself in the face is just iconic, I feel like, in this video. But just like him, this like US paratrooper holding a Sten and just aiming it at people. Like, the joke here is like, yeah, wars are like so much easier to declare when you know like all the damage is being done to the people you're invading. But now that like they can shoot a sun at your country or drop it above like New York City, holy shit, we might not want to go to war now, because like that's scary. Now we can both be completely destroyed.
Specific places, usually far away. But now that complete annihilation could be achieved from the press of a button by a teenager drafted from some farm in Idaho, countries were understandably a lot more hesitant to kick off World War III. Alright, we don't want a nuclear holocaust, so let's just set down our guns.
Proxy wars, yeah.
But proxy wars aren't the only way to win the Cold War, Alex. Points towards victory could be scored through culture, intelligence, science, or military. Now let's take a look at what the US and Soviets did to try to score points in these categories. You got this idea from the Civilization games.
Shut the fuck up.
This is different. When you think
I love
intelligence,
Civ
you
5.
probably picture a charismatic
Civ 5 is like one of my most played games ever on Steam.
Civilization games.
Shut the fuck up.
This is different. When you think intelligence, you probably picture a charismatic Brit from the 50s, goofy spy gadgets and gizmos, or a charismatic Brit from the 60s, and maybe a certain blue bird from the internet? No? Okay. Anyway.
By the way, I did get some comments saying like, Sean Connery, James Bond, like Dr. No, that came out in the 60s. Yes, but the books, Ian Fleming's books, were written in the 50s for the most part. So that's why James Bond is from the 50s, actually, even though the most iconic iteration of him is first made well known in the 60s.
Well, the reality of Cold War espionage consisted of a more mundane cocktail of surveillance and asset handling than a gin one. It did have its more shaken moments from time to time. Take Acoustic Kitty, the CIA
Shaken,
project to
get it?
transform
Shaken,
your
not
typical
stirred.
everyday cat into a world-class spy. The idea was to fit a cat with a microphone and radio and train them to approach Soviet officials to catch all that juicy commie gossip. Wouldn't they easily see a microphone and transmitter on a cat? Well, only if they're on top of the skin. What? Those lab boys back in the CIA dungeons decided to cook up a little...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep pausing. That part just always cracked me the fuck up. Just like the idea... Oh, man. I mean, I don't have to explain it. You can see the humor in.
What? Those lab boys back in the CIA dungeons decided to cook up a little Franken-Kitty.
These props are from my Egypt video, by the way, for those of you with a keen eye.
Surgically implanting a microphone in a cat's ear canal, a transmitter at the base of its skull, and an antenna down the spine and tail just beneath the fur. With their crime against nature complete, they just need to train the cat, deciding to use audio cues to control its directions. But as you cat owners already know, it doesn't matter how close you can get a cat to RoboCop, they'll always end up doing whatever they want. So while initial testing went well, outside the lab, it would just wander off whenever it got bored or hungry. And it was then that the CIA realized their mistake in this whole operation. They forgot to bypass that pesky sense of hunger. After one more operation, their abomination was now trained, wired, and hungered for nothing but tanky blood. The perfect cocktail of conditions for its first mission.
So, the interesting thing about that, when I'm researching this story, right, they talk about their process training it. There is a declassified document you can find that I have in my sources, if you're curious, by the way. If you go into my description at the bottom, since there were so many sources for this video, I couldn't fit it in the description. I have a Google Doc that you can look at if you're curious, and you can see all of my main sources / material you could read more if you're curious. I do have like the official document here that was declassified that you can look at. It's not very long, but this is kind of like where it was brought to the attention of the public. And also while you're researching this, you find mention that yeah, like hunger was a problem because it would just wander off when I got hungry despite all the training. And it says this was addressed with another operation. That's it. That's all I could find. What does that mean? Addressed with another operation? What did you do to this cat? How do you address hunger? I don't know what that means. That could be something as serious as like fucking with the nervous system or the brain matter, some kind of like kitty lobotomy. I don't know. I don't know what they did. It could have been that. It could have been an operation to like have like a trickle feed of blood sugar to make sure it doesn't get hungry. Maybe they like affected the chemical makeup of the blood to reduce I forget the name of the hormone that makes you hungry. I think it starts with a G. I don't know what they did, but that's all it says. I don't know. I'm curious. There was someone that commented on this video saying that they are personal friends with Robert Wallace, who I later on mention. He was a former director of the Office of Technical Services in the CIA. So if he knows, if that viewer sees this, who has a personal connection to this guy, please ask him what that one more operation is. Because I don't fucking know. But it's driving me insane. They addressed it. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry for this terrible ad.
Okay, we're here. Time to let the cat out of the bag. I'm reporting you to HR, Scott. Okay, Agent 009 Lives, this is what we've been training for, all right, buddy? It'll be a quick in and out, 20-minute mission. Just walk up to the guys on the bench and listen to what they have to say.
Don't let curiosity kill the cat.
Why are you allowed to? Because I have tenure, Scott. All right, Agent, here we go.
Oh shit, Carl! Carl, grab me that shovel from the back. We gotta scrape this guy off. Oh my god, this skit was so fun. I was kind of I was thinking it'd be funny to kind of like do something similar to a skit I had done previously in my first wacky fashion video. When I'm talking about King Henry VIII and his cod pieces, there's a part of the video where I talk about how there used to be a statue in the Tower of London where if you step on a certain spot on the floor, a hidden there was like a hidden mechanism that would reveal his cod piece. And for the skit, I had like an artist like step on the ground. He's like, check this out. And you hear like a bunch of like noises. And then like the cod piece is revealed. I like doing a lot of skits that have like a bunch of things that you just hear. And you have to picture what's happening yourself. And you put it together. Or actually, that skit inspired something else later in this video, that fashion skit. The one that really inspired this one, my bad, was the skit about, in my duels video, sorry, where I had Babière Dufay insult the cockade of Raoul de Vere. I can't believe I remember their names. They fought. Those are the guys that dueled in the street. One of them, de Vere? No, Babière Dufay, I think, got disarmed 4 times. Then they tied their hands together, got in the back of a carriage, and rode a few laps around the Ploustic Carousel and stabbed each other during that skit, which I guess I could just quickly pull up here. They are not this video. Sorry, it's my duels video. which is also one of my
Petty
favorite
disputes
videos.
are like taxes.
Right here. It's very similar to this cat skit.
Sorry for it's them.
Wait till you see my spin move. I made this move myself. Not the cocaine. Rest now.
So it's like these two guys listening in to the horrors that are unfolding. Same shit here with the cat. Two guys. I like to imagine that they're like the same two guys as well, listening to the horrors that are unfolding with this cat. Very similar skits, but that's kind of like where I pulled a similar idea from. And it's really fun to put the audio together. I just love doing it. Just like finding various bits to like piece together. So like the cat is like audio of a flat tire, by the way. How does the cat do the spin move? That was the other skit. But yeah, that's like a flat tire you hear, and then I play with the audio to make it sound distant and muffled, like from a radio. But yeah, anyway.
According to Victor Marchetti, the cat was released from an unmarked van to eavesdrop on two men outside the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. when it was hit by a taxi almost immediately. Well, I know you had a lot riding on this acoustic kitty project, Ryan, but don't worry. I've had the boys back in the lab work on a new project that's sure to cheer you right up. Introducing Electric Kitty. Robert Wallace disputed
Might be one of
this
my
bitter
favorite
end, stating that
skits.
in reality, the project was abandoned because the cat was too hard to train. Therefore, the equipment was surgically removed and it lived a, quote, long and happy life afterwards. Whether
Okay, but like, was it? How did? If you have an operation that removes its sense of hunger to be a distraction, how do you undo that? That's what I want to know. Like, that's why it's really sketchy. There's these two guys with both respectable positions in the CIA saying completely separate stories. I don't know which one is the true outcome. Like, you removed everything, it lived a long and happy life afterwards. I know a lot of people are really jaded about the CIA, but I don't really think it's as dark, especially the people in it. I don't think they're as like dark as a lot of people like to think they are. So I can see them actually putting in the effort to remove any devices, which probably isn't that hard to do. It's only a little radio. And then like letting it live a long and happy life, because like Americans love their pets. They would like to do that. But it's also kind of like a little too good to be true sounding. Like, really? Did they do that? Was it not hit by a taxi? I don't know, man. Especially, how do you undo this operation to remove its hunger? I don't know. I really want to know what the true outcome is, but I think that's up to you to decide.
you believe the comically bad ending or the suspiciously happy one is up to you. But regardless, Acoustic Kitty took 5 years and $20 million just to end up in the trash can. Kinda like my college degree. But with that big of an investment, I guess the lesson we could take away here is that there's more than one way to skin a cat. I hate you so much. How about we take a peek at Soviet espionage, Alex? Oops. Looks like someone wasn't a good double agent. Jesus, was that necessary? Yeah, nobody really likes intel leaks, especially the Soviets, whose counterintelligence programs were...
So that's another example of fluid animation that I was talking about in this video. As you will see, for those of you that have seen this video already, there are many instances of people getting shot in the head and blood splattering. So I had a lot of time to practice blood splatter. Well, I think I can still do better with it, but I had a lot of fun having that skit recur. Also, something I wanted to point out, I think that I've also not only improved with my drawing art, but my voice acting. Like, first and foremost, I see myself as like an actor and writer, and I think I've improved a lot with my voice acting abilities in these skits, like the screams of terror from Alex here, like the banter between the two CIA dudes in the van, like the American and Soviet that you see earlier. Like, there's a lot of, I think, really, in my opinion, well voice acted skits for me in this video, at least better than I've done before. So I really put my all into it. I tried really hard. I did many takes. But I think it's just really cool to like also like go back to these videos and then see how much I have improved. I think mostly in the realm of confidence, putting stuff out on the internet. That makes it so that I can put out more authentic sounding acting. I always thought that was something that was strong in my original videos too. Like my voice acting, I think was still good in these early videos, but I think it's improving. And I'm happy to see it because I don't want to think that I'm like at the same level. So, yeah, something that I noticed.
Were far superior to the West.
And something that was pointed out in the comments a lot.
Was quite simple. All they needed was a totalitarian state with an authoritarian government who gave them free reign to target absolutely any threat to sensitive intelligence, whether real or imaginary. As you can guess, many innocents were executed.
I think this audio is delayed. Oh wait, no, it's on. It's on target. Yeah, like real or imaginary threats. So Smersh here is it effectively means death to spies. It is like the mashed together words of like, I forget what exactly, but it's like spies and death. It was like a squad, a regiment of the Red Army, really around the time of World War II and like the immediate aftermath, whose primary objective was to kill spies. Like that was what they did. And why they were so effective was, you know, like they're like a boundary, their threshold for deciding whether or not something is a threat to national intelligence is pretty low, right? So, you know, like, does it seem like they could have been leaking intelligence? Yeah, well, put a 9 in their head, you know, and call it a day. So that's like how they were very effective. Like it's very famous. There are a lot of examples in the Cold War of like spies or CIA agents or officers. Actually, that's a common misconception. The CIA does not have agents; they have officers. So CIA officer, but people like being parachuted into the Soviet Union with like Soviets waiting for them as they're parachuting down. It's very, that's like a tale as old as time, like whether true or not. But the Soviets' counterintelligence efforts, at least at the beginning of the Cold War, were very effective. And part of the reason for that is because of how brutal they could be, how good they were at shutting things down. It's an unfortunate side effect of having, you know, like a more overall free society, quote unquote, is it's harder to control things like leaks of intelligence and whatnot, because, you know, the USA, you couldn't really get away with just like popping a cap in someone you suspect of being a terrorist. You can't have like a great purge like Stalin had, where you just kill thousands of people who are problematic. That wouldn't really fly in the land of the red, white, and blue. But yeah, that's why they were really good at counterintelligence in the Soviet Union. There is something to be said about the KGB's effectiveness. They were, especially in the area of human intelligence, as the CIA say, they were very effective. That was like their bread and butter, having assets that they develop in the West that were, at first, they were primarily interested in the economic philosophy of communism, Marxism, Leninism in the Soviet Union. That's why it was very easy for the Soviets to bring people to their cause, because people were already interested in supporting a communist revolution in other places of the world. And so there's like a lot of like classic examples of spies in Western society that were very effective for the KGB. Like one of the most classic example is the Oxford 5, I think it is. Is it the Oxford 5 or the Cambridge 5? I knew that sounded wrong. The Cambridge 5 was a ring of spies that were in the UK that passed information to the Soviet Union. They were very respected members in Cambridge. They were very well educated. They had high up positions. They were a lot of they passed along a lot of damaging information to the Soviet Union because people were very interested in Marxist Leninism and Soviet communism. That was very popular around this time. I mean, for those of you that watched Oppenheimer, the movie that just came out, you can see that. You can see like intellectual societies being very interested in communism, in discussing it, and just like being interested. You know, it was a hot hot topic around the 50s and whatnot. So that's why the KGB had a very big upper hand when it came to the realm of human intelligence, humans passing along intelligence. The CIA was kind of catching up and ended up getting really good at it later on. But like for the CIA, their bread and butter was technology. They were really good with surveillance technology. You know, we see that with spy planes, the like SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. You have really good technology, radio infrastructure on the CIA side. So that's kind of like where they differ. Anyway, this long-winded explanation of just like intelligence and espionage. The problem with this video is that every single topic that I cover could have been individual videos on their own. So you're going to hear a lot of dialogue from me in this director's commentary, which hopefully you enjoy.
Through these tactics, but their deaths would not be in vain, Alex, for this aggressive mindset helped perfect Soviet murder tactics.
Welcome.
Yay, I get money with the ad.
The only thing better than
I would love to go to
is,
Italy.
Well, other.
Introducing the Bulgarian umbrella, perfect for all your rainy day and political dissident silencing needs.
That says pickle, by the way, in Russian. I just thought it'd be funny to type something random in Google Translate.
While appearing as an ordinary umbrella on the surface, this crafty device contained a hidden pneumatic mechanism that shot a ricin-filled pellet just 1.5 millimeters thick, or 15/254 the thickness of a gumball to help you visualize. This elusive gadget made perfect for an assassin who needed a masquerade as, say, a comically inconspicuous British aristocrat on his morning stroll over a London bridge, which just so happens to be the exact circumstances where one Georgy Markov was assassinated in 1978.
Hello, fellow Brit.
Hello. I see you've noticed my umbrella. As my babushka always said, Simrasat mir adinotrish. Oh, I mean grandmother. Why does your umbrella have a mag? In case I need to reload. You never know when you might miss. The rain. Uh-oh, looks like it's raining.
More fluid animation.
Let me open my umbrella for you. Georgy Markov.
So there's actually a lot I want to talk about. I know, there's a lot. So, what I say there, Simrasat mir adinotrish. That is a common phrase, or that's like a colloquial metaphor, I believe. It's an idiom stated frequently in the Soviet or in Russia. It means that like it's measure 7 times, cut 3 times. Hold on, let me Google up the exact translation again. Or measure 7 times, cut once. It basically means like better safe than sorry is like the English American equivalent idiom. Basically just, yeah, like be very careful. You know, like do all your measurements multiple times before you cut. So like the joke is like, you know, be prepared, have an umbrella with you at all times. And then he like quickly corrects himself like, oh, I mean grandmother, not babushka, sorry, I am a British man. I am Brit. But yeah, and then he has his little comrade come down and start raining so he could open his umbrella for our poor little soon-to-be assassinated man. 7 times measure, 1 time cut it. Yeah. Exactly. And then also one thing I like to do in my videos.
Uh-oh, looks like it's raining. Here, let me open my umbrella for you.
Right here.
Georgy Markov.
That intro, I like to do, so I always have Blue Jay come from off screen or do something weird to come onto screen when he reappears. That time I wanted to do something like weird with like a lens distortion to like make this like solid come from this amorphous like ether. Really just to kind of like highlight the godhood that Blue Jay, the character of Blue Jay, likes to enjoy in his videos and in his torture of various peoples. This world is a playground for him. That's what you should come to realize. These videos, as they progress, you see him become much more of a psychopath, I guess you could say. Someone that really exerts their power over the will of others. That's just kind of like the character evolution here. Not intended from the beginning. It just kind of evolved into that. And I think that's kind of like the beauty of art sometimes.
Off was a Bulgarian dissident writer who defected to London in 1969, where he continued to critique the Bulgarian government at the BBC and Radio Free Europe. But even with all traces of his name and books scrubbed away in Bulgaria, dictator Todor Zivkov couldn't stand Markov's continued existence smearing his name overseas. Ugh, what a day. Maybe I'll listen to some BBC. I think I've earned being a little naughty.
This just in, Bulgarian correspondent Georgy Markov has informed the BBC that Todor Zivkov, quote, pours his milk before his cereal because he's a big, stinky, dumb poopy head. Wait, I should say. That is poopy head behavior, Todd.
With that skit, I almost cut it out. I have that text highlighted in red in my script for things to be cut. The only reason I didn't, my girlfriend said that it was really funny. She really liked it. Please keep it. And I did. And I like how it came out, actually.
Technical assistance from the Soviet KGB, Zivkov had the Bulgarian Secret Service assassinate Georgy Markov on his own birthday. The writer was on Waterloo Bridge in London when he felt a sharp pain in the back of his leg and turned to find a man pick up an umbrella and immediately step into a taxi. He became sick that same evening, and 4 days later, he was dead. After an autopsy, a metal pellet with drilled holes was discovered in his leg, and the media went crazy over the umbrella murder story. On paper, this.
So, just some notes about it. It's not, like, perfectly clear that, sorry, there's like construction or something going on outside. I don't know if you can hear that. It's not like black and white, clear physical evidence that, like, ricin-filled pellets were used with an umbrella gun to assassinate him. The only reason they have to believe that there was an umbrella murder is because of his own Georgy Markov's account when he was in the hospital saying, I saw a man pick up an umbrella after feeling a pain in my leg, and he stepped into a taxi immediately. And so because of that, and because of the pellet they found with drilled holes, which I think is pretty clear, a clear indication of assassination of some sorts, the media then decided, and also police decided that, okay, it sounds like some kind of umbrella weapon was used to deliver this pellet into his leg. And they tried to, like, explain that by, okay, if he felt it in his leg and he was behind him, he probably, like, tilted the umbrella forward, so, like, it was angled at a downward angle in the back of his leg and shot into his leg. And with the volume of the pellet and the lethal dose of ricin kind of aligning, they then determined, okay, it was probably ricin. They didn't actually detect any ricin in the autopsy or in any analysis, because that is something that's very hard to detect, which makes it a very popular poison to use. And so there's not any direct evidence, concrete physical evidence, that ricin was used to kill him or an umbrella was used to kill him. It's just the report of him. Also, a similar assassination that happened, or it was either it happened or was attempted around that same time with an umbrella, that makes it seem like, okay, pretty much most definitely was an umbrella pneumatic device of some sorts that was used to deliver this pellet that was probably filled with ricin. And that's how that was kind of like determined. But the reason I pointed out is that there is an argument to be made that that's not what actually happened. Maybe some other device was used and the assassin dropped an umbrella, and now this guy thought an umbrella was used, but it was actually maybe like a pen. We don't really know, but it probably was an umbrella because something similar happened previously. There was also a report that, like, umbrella pneumatic weapons were found in Bulgaria after the collapse of the Soviet Union. I wasn't able to verify that, though, so I don't know for sure. And they've also tracked down an individual who they believe was the assassin. It was an Italian man who was caught smuggling in Bulgaria, and because of that, they believe that the Bulgarian Secret Service recruited him into being an assassin to kind of, like, alleviate his sentence. So basically just kind of like blackmail in a way. But he ended up dying. They did not convict him. They didn't have enough evidence to convict him, but they tracked down this individual whose, like, time in countries aligned with the assassination. And so, yeah, it seems like that was the case. Might not have been, but I just wanted to kind of, like, put that out there.
Sounds like a textbook espionage dub for the Eastern Bloc. But then again, when the Bulgarian umbrella is more present in Western media than actual history, who really benefited most at the end of the day? I mean, I don't know if you can really call an episode of NCIS as capitalizing more than an actual assassination. You're right, I'm just being
I guess we can actually see here. It was also allegedly used in the failed assassination attempt against another Bulgarian dissident journalist, Vladimir Kostov. And that was the same year. Okay, Paris, that's right. I knew it was like France somewhere. So yeah, that's why it seems like it was ricin. And it just aligns very well, but I just wanted to point out they don't have direct evidence, so it's important to know that, like, you know, things can be said enough times over the years in history that people just accept it as a fact, when we don't actually know for sure, and it's important to remember that. Actually, a great example of this, a little bit of a tangent, just recently, the channel SciShow put out a video talking about how what we knew about avocados is wrong. One thing that was originally believed to be the way that avocados were spread, because it's like a fruit with a really big seed, they thought that like a very big sloth that's now extinct, a giant sloth that was present in the Americas like many thousands of years ago, would eat these avocados, and then the seed was so thick so it could survive the digestive tract and then eventually be excreted and become new avocado trees. That belief came from like this single paper that had no evidence to back that up, but was published, and then people took that and ran with it, and then it became accepted as fact in the scientific community, and they even reported on it on SciShow. And then later on it was discovered, hey, actually there's really nothing backing this shit up. We're just kind of like saying it happened based off of this one paper, or these like couple of papers that don't have any evidence to support this, like literally nothing at all. So it's important to think, okay, we need to question things that we believe are truth, because maybe it's not true. And that's also very important for me to do, someone who covers obscure history, because there are countless examples of stories that I want to cover that ended up not being true. So many. Even in the Cold War, the famous story that people talk about sometimes of America airdropping condoms into the Soviet Union that were labeled small but were actually large condoms. The story is the CIA dropped these condoms so that Russians would open them and be like, holy fucking shit, Americans are this hung? God damn it. Because it says small, but they're actually like huge. And like, yeah, it was supposed to be like an example of psychological warfare. It's a very popular story you see all over the internet. There's nothing backing that up that I could find. This does not seem to be true. It would be funny if it was true. I would love to talk about it if it was true, but it doesn't seem to be true. So yeah, question things.
Facetious. The Soviets definitely take the intelligence dub in this bout. While the CIA get points for creativity, coming up with an intricate and elaborate cyborg cat spy thing, the Soviets kept it simple. Squeeze air and poison go forward. So Alex, the lesson here is at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how cunning or crafty you try to be, you'll never be as effective as good old-fashioned murder.
It just works.
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2000.
Next up is the science victory, and what better bout of science and history is there than the space race? The space race was a competition between the Americans and Soviets for superior spaceflight capability, and while many people today think this was settled when Elon bitch-slapped Bezos by putting a Tesla into orbit, the real story is much more nuanced. Both nations have their aerospace origins in the late 19th, early 20th centuries, with Konstantin Tsiolkovsky and Robert Goddard, who are considered two of the founding fathers of aeronautics.
Yep.
Both of these guys made a bunch of important early rocket advancements. For example, Goddard is notable for inventing the first liquid-fueled rocket.
They're both very great pioneers in the field of aeronautics, and there's like so much. I really hate like the mindset that like so many people who like think they're educated, like fucking Redditors basically, like people that like know like a few things about like the space race. They like to be like, actually, you know, America wouldn't be where they would be without Nazis. It was all Nazis. It wasn't Americans making like rocket tech. There's actually a quote by fucking oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? The leader, oh shoot, what's his name? Nazi scientist rocket program America. What is his name? Werner von Braun. Sorry. Werner von Braun was asked about like his contributions being like a pioneer of rocket tech in the United States, and he said something along the lines of like, don't you know about your own like Robert Goddard? You have your own like pioneer. So like even the Nazi is able to say, what are you talking about? You guys have had amazing rocket advancements before me. It's not, the Nazi himself is saying, it's not just Nazis making rockets in America. It's not like we just took these guys that built the V2s and now we all of a sudden have rocket tech. That wasn't the case, and you'll see me talk about it more in this video, that actually, for example, the Soviet Union, they also had a bunch of early rocket programs, like America did, that were on par in rocket tech levels of Nazi Germany in the 30s, before the V2s were ever developed. So there is a lot of early rocket advancement being done around the world from amazingly brilliant people. That was just like actually amazing. And I feel upset, like, as someone that also has like a STEM background, that like these people are being overlooked for their insanely amazing achievements because people are like, Nazis were the ones that made NASA what they are. Yes, Nazis did contribute. Yes, Nazis did have a big hand in things, but there was so much rocket development, even with the Nazis there, that was being done by American engineers, American scientists, American physicists. They were making incredibly good contributions. And same thing with the on the Russian side. Actually, Russia's like their leaders of their like their R7s and like the first intercontinental ballistic missile, they were like citing Konstantin Tsiolkovsky as their like direct influence, like their father, the person they look up to for their work. And both sides, they made amazing contributions. I just think it's a little sad that like the work that they did, men and women, are being, you know, passed off as just Nazis. It's just incredibly disrespectful. Yes, there was Nazi involvement. It wasn't the only involvement. It wasn't an American achievement in the space. Like, the space race was an American achievement. The space race was a Soviet achievement, not a Nazi achievement. And then also, just like a little note about like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, because I don't go into him in more detail than like what you see here. He's like insane. He's a school teacher who independently derived a basis of the kinetic theory of gases on his own. He he like made these insane discoveries from scratch and then published them. And then like the institution that he published these discoveries to was like, "Oh yeah, we this is right. We have this published like a few years ago already, or like a few decades ago." And he's like, "Oh, okay, cool." But like, isn't that just insane that like this dude who doesn't have like a very formal education, hold on, let me make sure I'm not just making that up. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, I might have spelled his name wrong. There we go. I don't think he had like a very formal education. He was kind of like as self-made of a man as you can get. A very important pioneer, the first person to derive the equation for escape velocity, by the way, the rocket equation, which Goddard also did, the American counterpart, independently, but he did do it after Tsiolkovsky. Tsiolkovsky was the first guy to do it. I don't think that he had any formal education or like any like advanced education, but I don't want to spend the time reading a Wikipedia article. Someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but just it's just amazing people. He did incredible things. He preferred isolation. He was a quirky dude, lived like kind of like in the outskirts, was a really big fan of the Derringer design that you see here. That's kind of like what he was like pictured for like space flight, like these like big like tubular looking things. The Derringer like design of rockets. It's really cool. I love looking at retrofuturism, kind of like what people envision the future to be back in the day, back in like the early days of space flight imagining, by the way. Like he was like basically the guy to suggest that a rocket would be used for space flight. Tsiolkovsky here. Like before that, people were talking about things like a gun. Like you can see in like one of the first films ever, A Trip to the Moon, I think. The 1902 silent picture from France, I believe. Yeah, French science fiction film. In this film, it's iconic because, as you can see in like this picture here, to get to the moon, they literally like shoot this like comically long gun at the moon. Because around this time, the idea for like space flight was just like completely like abstract. Like we don't really know what's going to get you to the cosmos. So people were suggesting the craziest shit. Artists were coming up with the most cool, awesome stuff. Retrofuturism is like one of my favorite topics. But like, yeah, Tsiolkovsky was the first person to suggest that rockets could be the idea for getting into space. Of course, like other people came up with that too. Like Goddard also, like he was also a very self-made independent guy that also looked into rocketry. And like, actually that's like one of, I had a teacher that talked about, that I learned like most of this stuff from, a professor that was an expert in the space age and also Russian history. He said that America could have been well beyond Nazi Germany around World War II in terms of rocketry if Goddard wasn't so insistent on working alone. If he was more open to collaboration, they could have advanced in rocket tech well beyond what they were around the time of World War II. But, you know, history is as it is. Both of these guys did in crazy cool things for aeronautics. Nazis are given way too much credit. They do deserve credit, but they get too much credit. But I'm sorry, I haven't been reading chat. Some people are talking about books. If you have things you want to recommend me and stuff, ping me in Discord. Join the Discord. I don't care about being pinged like some people are so, you know, anal about. You can bother me all you want. I don't know if I can catch up on all this chat, so I'm gonna have to continue because I've been paused here for so long. I just wanted to go off on a little tangent here about the merits of the Soviet and the American engineering and scientific efforts of the space race. Rocket.
Sir, I did it. Come quick.
This is the first liquid-fueled rocket. The Soviets are so fucked in 40 years.
Most people crowd
wasn't
the
literally
Nazis
that,
as the
obviously,
sole king of
but-
early rocketry,
but yeah.
but both the US and Soviets have been progressing in these fields as well. In fact, the Soviets' rocket tech was on par with the Nazis in the early 1930s. That is, until Stalin's policies slowed things down a bit.
What are you talking about?
Ah! Jesus Christ! Nevertheless, the Soviets kicked off the space race by launching the first ever artificial satellite.
I made a mistake here. I always have mistakes in my videos, as you guys know. This is not an R7. That is, oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. Soviet rocket, shit, what is it called? It's the, Vostok. I always fuck up pronunciation. It is this, the Vostok rocket. It's derived from the R7. It's an iteration. I said it was an R7. It's not an R7. I got that pointed out to me like very early on in the video. But yeah. Mistake.
Sputnik 1, a big
The
little
R7,
ball with
though,
4
did
antennas,
shoot
a
the
clear
Sputnik-
nod to the
the first
all-powerful
Sputnik
flying
into
spaghetti
space.
monster. Inside the little satellite was a radio that transmitted menacing beeps to the people below, sending a clear message of its existence and terrifying Americans as it flew overhead.
Yeah, so one thing I just want to say really quick about about Sputnik 1, it's really funny, like, learning about this. So, like, the space race was a rocket race, but also a missile race, you could think of it as, because the R7 was the first intercontinental ballistic missile. The Soviet Union made the first ICBM. What they pretty much did was take off the nuclear warhead and slap on a satellite, and then just shot it into space on top of an ICBM. So like it's like a very economical use of resources. That's something that you can say for a lot of Soviet rocket tech and their just contribution in the space race. It's just very economical, very recyclable, very like bare bones. They're just trying to get things done first. That is their goal. It's very political. It is very showman-like. That is what their role in the space race was. I'll have more to say on that in a little bit. Sputnik 1 was a pretty cool achievement, though. They actually coated it in a reflective coating so that it would be visible from ground. If you could see with the naked eye, in the nighttime at least.
People below, sending a clear message of its existence and terrifying Americans as it flew overhead.
Welcome back to WTTL, your station for all things Elvis. But first, a message from our sponsor, Dr. Lang's Lobotomies, ideal for hysterical women. Use code BRAINBLAST for 20% off for Noggin November. And remember, you're one snip away from a wife who obeys.
Yeah, oh, I hate that.
It's just a big lobotomy joke there. I loved all the little puns. I just kept building onto it as I was writing that bit. Like, Noggin November, use code BRAINBLAST just for... I don't know, it's so fucked. This is around the time where lobotomies were like an accepted procedure in the United States, which actually like kind of like a cool dub for the Soviets. They banned lobotomies. They never accepted that as a acceptable treatment. Granted, their reasoning was less like, what's the word I'm looking for? Being, like the health conscious society that they are, and more of like a rejection of like Western medicine. It was more like a rejection that didn't align with Soviet values, rather than one that they thought was like, maybe this isn't like a very safe procedure. But they did nonetheless reject it, which is kind of like a cool dub for them.
Soviets immediately responded with Sputnik 2, this time putting the first animal into orbit, a dog named Laika. They just snatched a random stray, figuring if anything can survive the hellscape that was the Moscow streets, then the literal exosphere shouldn't be that different. After a bunch of training, Laika was strapped up and launched into orbit. She was
So
never
cute.
intended to survive the mission, so they planned to ease her suffering with some poisoned food later in the trip, which would have been great if she hadn't been roasted in a makeshift air fryer in the first few hours when an engine failed to separate. This could be due to the fact that the spacecraft was both designed and built in only 4 weeks in order to hit the launch deadline.
Oh man, there's so much to talk about with Sputnik 2, but the story of Laika is always like one of the saddest stories that I've read about and thought about. But you know, there's so much to say here. So like, first off, Laika, that was the name that became popular, but just kind of like a fun fact, Soviet personnel actually gave her many names and nicknames. So like I wrote some down here just to remember. There was Kudryaka. Thank God they didn't stick with that one. But that's like Russian for like little curly. There's Zuchka, little bug, and Limonchik, little lemon. And Laika was the one that was popularized worldwide, and I think it translates literally to like barker, like yapper. So yeah, like they had a lot of different names for her. So it's just really sad because it was probably, it's not only sad for us. Like I feel like you look at Russian history and you think like, wow, they kind of have like a disregard for dogs. There's like all these like dog experiments that they do, and maybe they do, maybe they have a different like perception of dogs than the United States public does, which is usually one of like complete endearment. But it was also really sad for the Soviet scientists. So one of the scientists, the one that was leading the training, actually I talk about him later. I'm going to skip ahead real quick. 1342 is where we're at. This guy
got a large mushroom pizza.
Whoops.
Susan Marie. Pizza again. Hey, Palmer?
That's about as clear of an L as I've ever seen. One killed the cutest dog I've ever seen and later had their own...
This guy, he was the lead. He was a scientist. He was also like the lead of like animal recruitment and test animals, I think, for the program. I think it was him as well that like took, it could have been someone else, but I believe it was him that before the launch took Laika to his house to play with his kids the day before her flight, hoping to give Laika like some last joy before she was to die. He wanted her to have a day of being a dog, seeing what life is like as a dog before going on this one-way trip. You know, before this, think about it, like it was a stray on the streets of Moscow. We don't know her backstory, where she came from, but it's most likely that she never really had the life of like human love that dogs are supposed to have. So it is kind of like really sad and really sweet to know that she at least had like this one night, and also to know that like the Soviets are not evil people like a lot of propaganda wants to make them out to be. Like, they're not just like killing a dog for fun. They have a heart, and they were sad about Laika. And technicians actually kissed her on the nose and wished her farewell as she was being strapped into the capsule, and cried themselves. It was really sad because they know she's gonna die. And like the thing that's so fucking sad about it all is that the only reason that she was going to die was because they had to hit this launch deadline. They had 4 weeks to design this spacecraft to make a grand achievement, another first to check off for the Soviets. Their whole strategy in the space race is to just rack up as many firsts as they can and stuff them in a bag. They wanted to get this done on the anniversary of the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution, even at the cost of the life of a dog, which might not seem like much to them, but it is a life that wasn't needed to be lost, and I think it's just kind of fucked up. So, like, scientists regretted it later. They said that they didn't get enough out of the mission to justify the death of a dog. They didn't learn enough. The whole point was basically to monitor the vital signs of, a mammal and an organism as it's getting launched into orbit, see how they respond to the stresses, the forces, the cosmic forces of space flight. Is it possible to live that? And didn't really need that information. What they got out of it wasn't beneficial enough to justify this kind of experimentation. So there's a lot to be said about like animal experimentation and what makes it ethical or not. Like, do we just kind of bat an eye at any animal that's killed because it's just an animal, it's not a person? Or where do we draw the line there? Is there any level of experimentation that is justifiable for an animal's death? I think, there might be some when it comes to like research for vaccines. I think there is like an argument to be made there, but for something like this where there is very little scientific data collected, there is hardly any like theories or hypotheses developed to be tested, and you're just kind of trying to hit this deadline that looks really shiny and nice for the Soviet Union, it's really not worth it. You're not getting enough out of it, and the scientists knew that, but they had to do this because they were told to. And it's just sad, and you'll see that a lot with the Soviet Union in the space race. They don't really get much out of what they do. They are trying to do things very fast to just get it first, but they don't really build towards something greater. They don't collect enough data. They don't perform enough experiments. They don't iterate. They don't build better technology. They build good enough technology. And a lot of the Soviet launches in general, you'll find, do align with some kind of anniversary or iconic date. And it really just goes to show that, it's not really about the science. It's not about the engineering marvels. It's about political messaging, shows of power. And, it is for America too, but there is differences in their mentalities. Let me go back to where we were. I said, like 42, I think.
America responded with their own launch in the formation of NASA. Both sides are now just popping off more satellites, dogs, monkeys, and finally naked monkeys, with Yuri Gagarin beating Alan Shepard to the punch as first talking animal in space by just a few weeks. Things then started getting...
Yeah, so, let's see. I wanted to pull something up here. I am going to type in this. Where did I have this? I think was what I wanted to look up. Yeah, so there's a lot that's happening. I'm obviously glossing over a lot. I don't cover the space race in nearly enough detail to justify things. But yeah, you can see kind of like the timeline here. This is the start. America, or the Soviets responding to the US announcement that they intended to launch the first artificial satellite in space with a satellite of their own. They succeed in doing it first, and then they quickly follow it up with the launch of Laika. And then America enters the space race with Explorer 1, and that's kind of like where things start. You'll see like a lot with the launches that America does, that they make discoveries, and the Soviets do too, but America's launches are more centered around learning and advancing and building towards greatness. They're building a strong foundation to get better technology at the end of the day. So you'll see stuff like this, like Explorer 1 carried experimental equipment that led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belt. That's a pretty cool achievement. Sputnik 1, it orbited. It was a proof of concept, which is a very important thing to do, don't get me wrong. But it didn't, carry experimental equipment to detect a lot of things. And then, America follows up, where they form NASA. They launch SCORE, which is a communications satellite. It also broadcasted a pre-recorded message. It's the first message to be broadcasted from space, which is pretty cool. That's also kind of like, that's like, it's something that the Soviet Union would do too. It's just kind of like a little checkbox to say, yeah, we did that first. It's not really like really cool, but I mean, it's impressive nonetheless, right? But yeah, there's like a bunch of launches that are being done here. There's a whole lot to dive into. I took a whole, semester and then some to research all of this stuff about, the space race and the space age as a whole. So there's a whole lot to learn that I can't really cover in this video. But I do have a lot to say about it because I especially called that out in this video. And then what did I just have here? So
both sides are now just popping off more satellites, dogs, monkeys, and finally naked monkeys, with Yuri Gagarin beating Alan Shepard to the punch as first talking animal in space by just a few weeks.
So this is the best point to highlight the differences, I think, between the Soviet model and the American model. I see someone in chat said there were definitely people in the USSR space program that were there for the science. 100%. I did not want to say otherwise, and I really want to make that clear. The Soviet Union, just like America, had just as many passionate researchers, passionate engineers, passionate scientists that were really there for the amazing discoveries, that were people that were very excited, like Goddard and Tsiolkovsky, to advance, you know, human ingenuity, to go to space, to reach the stars, to push to the next frontier. That was common across both sides. You'll see at the end, the space race was a victory for humanity. It wasn't really like a strong victory for one side. Granted, I think there is an overall victor, but it is really mostly about humanity. So here we have Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard's flights. So one thing that you'll notice, the Soviets were kind of always doing a lot of things right before America. And a lot of that's because America would announce a launch. So the Soviets, their launches were kind of kept hush-hush. America was very open, very public with all of their developments. They were filming and broadcasting every launch, everything. The Soviets would post things after the fact, would make public things after the fact, but they wouldn't be as open with what they're doing as like the Americans were. So they would see America say, okay, we're scheduling this launch on this day, and then the Soviets could then just move up their timeline to just get it done right before then. And so then that racks up this big list of all these like fancy, bright and shiny firsts. But at the end of the day, it's really kind of just that. It's like a big bright necklace of like fake gold, like all these like fake jewels. But like America, they built a strong foundation to get the brightest jewel of all at the end of the day, which was the moon landing, which a lot of people will say is like, oh, that's a different thing. That's the moon race, isn't it? The space race. The moon's in fucking space. It's the space race. I know it's a little different, but it is still a monumental achievement. So anyway, with these two launches, Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard, both incredible heroes, I would say. So they're really symbolic because you can see the different approaches that the United States and the Soviet Union had. So the Soviet space program was organized with a task mindset. They were working on checking off boxes, is what you could say. And they're trying to achieve as many flashy firsts as they can get with their good enough technology. You know, they got a bare bones ship and capsule that had like no room to move at all, very little room for control on Yuri Gagarin's part. He had almost no involvement in the flight. He was kind of just like sitting in this tomb hoping it worked out. He did have some things and some power and control over the capsule, but not a whole lot. And that's kind of like a difference in compared to what you look at with the American and Alan Shepard and his equivalent mission. So they had, the US, you could say, their space program had a more project mindset. They were focused on the long game, on developing the better technology that could be built upon, that could be iterated, right? So it's a difference in mindset. The Soviets were trying to check off boxes, get to the next checkbox. America had a overall game plan. They had a project mindset where they're building on technology. Not that the Soviets weren't, iterating as well, but it's just a difference in kind of like their overarching philosophy. And so you can look at the capsules of these spacecrafts and really see that difference highlighted. I don't know if I can really easily find those. Yuri Gagarin capsule. So if you just like look at the differences of these capsules, I remember my professor, God, he was so cool. He had access to Kremlin archives in Russia, like that the public could not get access to. So he like knew a bunch of incredible details that you just can't find in the public and would teach that to us. And that was awesome. So like I loved learning from this man. I consulted with him while making this video, making sure I had the right understanding of things, so I'm not spreading misinformation on the internet, willy-nilly. But one thing he talked about was like the difference between Alan Shepard and Yuri Gagarin, and how you can really see the differences in the mindsets of the different programs highlighted here. So it looks like this is a pretty good picture. You can kind of see is this the right one? I don't know if it's the exact right one, but it seems right enough from my memory. It's pretty bare bones, right? You have a main control panel, you have like a few switchboards here, but you're really just kind of sitting here along for the ride. The flight's pre-programmed. You don't have much control over your trajectory. You have some minimal control, but you're just kind of like there hoping that things work out in the end. I saw another picture here that I really liked. I don't know where it went. Here you go. You're kind of like sitting there along for the ride, right? Still an impressive achievement, don't get me wrong. Now, the United States, on the other hand, Alan Shepard, it was Freedom 7 is what it was coined from Project Mercury. I don't know if I can get a good view of the cockpit. I think this is it. Just look at the difference here. The sheer number of instrumentation here. The amount of control that Alan Shepard had. The US's flight was packed with far more instruments for the purpose of collecting data for observing, collecting science to learn and better improve upon technology in space flight than the focus of the Russians, right? The Russians were focused on getting the first man to space. This was the very economical way to do that. They had the right outcome. Their task was to put the man in space first. They succeeded in doing that because that was, like their mentality. They worked with economical designs so that they can get it done first. America was focused on developing better technology. They wanted to learn from their experiences so that they could focus on the long game of developing that truly superior spaceflight technology. So it's a tortoise and the hare. They collected a lot of fancy firsts first because that's what their goal was, and they wanted to develop good enough technology. There's actually, I know I wrote this down somewhere. There's actually a quote by a Soviet scientist in the space program, where they quoted a Russian proverb in describing the difference between the American space program and the Soviet space program, where he says the better is the enemy of the good, basically saying working to improve and find the better technology will always surpass the good enough technology. And so I just wanted to take a moment to stop here to talk about the difference between these two space flights, both of which are very impressive. I am not trying to undermine Yuri Gagarin's first man in space status. The fact that they were able to get it done first is still impressive, and I don't think should not be seen as impressive. I'm just trying to highlight why we shouldn't see something like that and think America is dog water, they're far behind, they just can't get it done first, they're not good enough. That's not what it means. It just means they have different focuses in the space race. Cold War Part 2, maybe? Maybe. Thank you for the tip, by the way, for the super message. I appreciate it. I see you guys are typing a lot. I'm sorry I can't really read it and talk at the same time. But I just wanted to take this moment to really kind of show the difference. So basically, in summary, the Soviet space program had a task mindset, you could say. That was something that my teacher would always point out, that was focused on good enough technology. And that's what their goal was. They were very politics first. They wanted to show the world that they were better. And America had a project mindset. They formed their programs into projects, focused on developing the better technology that could be iterated upon and be very successful in the late game, which we will see. After the moon landing, the Soviet space program pretty much stalemated. They gave up. They didn't really try after that, while America continued to iterate. They put out better and better achievements after that to continue to, reach the space, or cut the cosmos and, further explore space. I'm just like talking my brain out right now, but sorry for that really long brain dump, but I hope that was interesting. Maybe I should take a second to read some of the stuff that you guys are saying here, because I know this is like a lot to say, to not respond to anything that you guys are saying and maybe pointing out anything that I got wrong. The Soyuz spacecraft and rocket were derived from the Vostok and R7 respectively. A good amount of technology is still flying today. That's actually a really good point. The Soyuz spacecraft that the Soviets developed is known to be extremely reliable. And this is not to say that like Soviet tech is just like all around worse than America. I think you could say in general, America was focused on developing the better technology and they succeeded in doing that. But Russia did develop very good rudimentary spacecraft. So like the Soyuz is an example of that. It's still in use today. It's very successful. And yeah, they totally did deserve that achievement. I think that they did a great job. Both sides did a great job in the space race, but you'll see with like America's focus on developing the better technology, as I put it, you see a lot more of that being taken and applied to other areas of society. A lot of the technology developed by NASA did end up being used in other purposes that helped benefit people today on Earth, you know? So they were all, you know, taken and used to improve life. Not that the Soviets didn't do that too, they totally did, but it's more easily seen with NASA, I would say. Let's see what else we have here. Wasn't there some incredibly stupid debate within USSR's rocket science community over which type of fuel to use? Most definitely. I mean, stuff like that happens a lot. I don't know if I know specifically of what you're referring to, but yeah, like there's been, you know, like a lot of debate between changing from, you know, liquid fuel technology to solid rocket fuel technology. And you see a lot of evolution there in fuel types. What else? What else do we have here? The Soviets did have some very impressive rocket technology. Yeah, you're talking about the Soyuz. Yep, 100%. I would say superiority that the other side thought they had. Operation Mobility next is Mars. I don't know what you're referring to there. Space race ended with the Apollo Soyuz test program. Yeah, I'd say like the first like international docking was like a symbolic end to the space race, and that's what I used in my date for the space race. That's when the Soviets and the Americans cooperated to complete the first docking of space stations in space, which was really cool. It was like a symbolic sign that we're trying to work together to improve science and engineering. I loved it. Humanity did win here. I want to make sure that's clear. There's a lot of like dick waving that goes along with the space race. I'm not like some like diehard patriot that's like America good always. I'm just saying I think people often overlook America's achievements in the space race. Well, it's kind of like, you know, like those memes that are like the IQ graph meme. It's like a very dumb way of putting it. Like it's kind of like this. Like you kind of you start here on the end like the 0 IQ where it's like, America it won space race because the moon landing, and then people start learning a little bit more about it and they're like, no, the Soviets won because look at all these firsts that they achieved. They achieved like these incredible feats, like the first ICBM, the first man in space, the first woman in space, the first spacewalk. They did all that. America got like a few things, which both have a lot of respectable firsts, by the way. But then you start learning more and more and you're like, okay, well, at the end of the day, with the goals presented for the space race, America ended up achieving more because they won in the long run. They ended up literally just outlasting the Soviets in space and what they were able to achieve. You know, they would go on to do the shuttle program. They would go on to, you know, send a lot of telescopes deep into space and discover a lot with that. And the Soviets just kind of gave up after the moon landing. So the more you learn, the more you start to see that America did actually end up kind of winning at the end of the day, because they iterated and they continued to work with their better technology that the Soviets just couldn't keep up with at that time. They couldn't keep up with the moon landing. They couldn't keep up with the improvements that were made after that. Oh, there was something else I was going to say I completely forgot about. It was on the tip of my tongue. Anyway. Whew, we're only halfway through the video. pretty nuts. What else do we have here? They didn't give Yuri a diaper, so he was just pissing himself, and he shit one time in his suit. That's funny. Oh, one thing I wanted to say. This, like, you could see this in my class in the history of the space age. And, you know, I like to think that I had a very unbiased teacher, because my professor, like, he's very awarded in his studies in these fields. I really trust him, but he was, like, his specialty was Russian history. He loved Russian history. He loved learning about it. He loved the culture, the people. So, like, he had, like, all the reasons in the world to kind of, like, push that mentality onto us. But he's also, you know, he's a responsible educator. He's a he wants to spread the word of truth like a true historian does. He don't care about politics. That's dumb. So, like, one thing he'd like to do at the very first day of class, he took a poll with our, like, multi-hundred, it was like 150 students or so, who won the space race. And you could choose Soviet Union or America. Now, at the time, I was kind of like in this range where I had known more than the average person about the space race, but not a ton. So I'm like, you know, I mean, they got to space first. They literally put the first man in space. So I'm like, the Soviets won. And you would see like 70, 80% of the class voted the Soviets won. And he said after that, I want to do a similar poll at the end of the class, at the end of the semester, and see how things have changed. Now, at the last day, we had the complete opposite. It was like 90% of students voted that America won the space race. And I know that's not really like a good argument, like saying like, dude, trust me, bro, we all said that now America better. But I just want to kind of like highlight how learning more about it in detail, not just like with the space race, but the build up to it, you know, the missile race, the early developments in the 19th and 20th centuries towards rocket tech. You'll end up seeing that there's a lot more to it, and how America's achievements were actually monumental beyond just like only having the first man on the moon, because it's more than just like checking off firsts. And people also argue that like because the Soviet Union accepted America's challenge that Kennedy put forth to put the first man on the moon, that was kind of like the definitive moment to see who won. I don't really think that's like the best way to see who won. I don't think it's like yeah, we're gonna take you on. I think it comes down to more of like scientific achievement, longevity, better outcome at the end of the day. It kind of, those points go towards America and NASA. Does Beluche not get my comments? I don't know what you said, sorry, Sharpstone. I do see your comments, I just haven't been reading them all. Did we already touch on intelligence with the Blackbirds? I mentioned them a little bit, the SR-71s, and how like CIA Cold War tech was beyond the KGB for the most part. The Soviets did have some really impressive tech though that were beyond the CIA capabilities in some instances. So there's a lot to be said for both sides. That's really the case with all of the Cold War shit. You can't really say one side dominated the other. Both sides did really impressive shit. So yes, humanity won at the end of the day. How about we continue the video now? Does your professor watch your videos? I told him how to find them. I don't think he's a very big YouTube guy, although he did dig up some really cool like videos and music to show us. So maybe, I hope so. I told him how we could find them, and I'm curious to see if he sees that and maybe even my explanation here. And I'm sure he can point out further examples and correct me on like small things that I get wrong here and there. Because it's really not black and white when it comes to saying who won something. It's not really the best way to look at it too. It's an era of advancement. It's not really like, oh, cut and dry winner.
Things then started getting real serious when John F. Kennedy got elected and announced the US would throw a dude on that cool rock in the sky by the end of the decade. Congratulations on your election, President Kennedy. Just to get you up to speed on things, the Cold War has been progressing. Cold War, huh? I'll show those Soviets cold. Grab those NASA nerds, General. We're going to space. No, not that kind of cold. Fuck it, the moon. But don't. Right away, sir. Consider it done. Good.
I love.
Sorry about that. He would have just kept going. Does he seriously not know what Cold War means? Just humor him for now. All problems will be solved in Dallas.
Gotta get back to the stupid dark humor, right? I don't know why I thought it'd be really funny to like portray like JFK as this like really stupid dude that's like, we're gonna go to the moon because it's colder there. And then like because of that, the CIA decided to off him in Dallas. That's like what the joke is, by the way. It's a reference to him being shot in Dallas, which is pretty dark, but I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny. Oh, hey, thank you for the $5, the tumors. Your altruistic and realistic humor is better than the thoughts in my head. The commitment to balanced perspective makes history more humanized. Thank you. I really try to, and it's so funny because I'll get comments saying like complete opposite things. Like I'll get comments saying like, oh, I hate how you let your politics go into things. You're so fucking liberal. And then I'll also get comments like, oh, I hate how you let your personal beliefs go into things. You're so conservative. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? People just like to like project their shit on this stuff. I really try hard to give a level-headed view of things. Because I think it's important. I think like politics is kind of silly and gets in the way of true education at the end of the day. For history, at least. I think politics is important in other areas, but that's just not really what I try to talk about. I think history influences politics, so I like for you to form your own opinions through what I can teach in my silly, stupid way. I kind of view these director's commentaries as my true teaching, even though don't take everything I say for, for like undeniable truth. I'm, at the end of the day, a guy doing my own research and trying to share what I learned. There are obviously better sources than me out there for these kind of things. So, take what I say with a grain of salt. Always research things if you doubt it. Even my videos, because I do make mistakes. As you've seen, I pointed them out. But I do try my best to make as little of them as possible. I showed my video to my mom. She laughed hard at the Dallas joke. Thank you. Yeah, true. A lot of tech was discovered from the Cold War, still every war. It's strange that humanity can't evolve on the technical side of things without war. I mean, war can definitely, fuel a lot of discovery for things, because there's a very strong incentive. But, a lot of discovery can obviously be made outside of war, and a lot of the greatest discoveries are too. Not all of them, but some of them. So, yeah, I mean, it definitely does fuel things, because there's a strong motivation. People are really focused on the now instead of the long run. Like you can say a lot about like how that is affecting our advancement in terms of, trying to prevent, climate change and global warming. It's a far off thing. It's not a now thing, even though people try to argue that it is. It feels far off and not immediate, like not an immediate threat. There's not Nazis storming through France right now that we need to stop with better technology. So because it's not immediate and happening to us now, people are less inclined to fund, to fuel, to incentivize progress. I think society's getting better at that, though. I bet, like not just doing things because there's a war going on. Anyway, let's continue.
After many achievements on both sides, like the first spacewalk and the first docking in space, the US would go on to do just that,
That was a dumb
fulfilling
joke,
man's
sorry.
innate desire to secure the biggest rock on the playground with the Apollo program. While putting a guy on the moon is cool and all, it's not as cool as the first living beings to reach the moon, tortoises. The Soviets decided to shoot a pair of them around the moon, probably because they saw America put out a movie called Planet of the Apes and were like, suka blitz, choosing an animal with natural armor in case any space monkeys came a-clubbing. I think that's not the case. We're talking about spaceflight, Alex. Can't you let a bird dream? The tortoises made it around the moon, and unlike earlier, these animals returned safely to be rescued and dissected. The US
They sent a bunch of other animals too. But it was a really cool achievement, actually. Like the first living beings that reached the moon were like turtles by the Soviet Union. But yeah, they wanted to like take some research on that. And yeah, I don't have like a whole I've talked enough about the space race.
That's also had its fun share of animals in space. My favorite being the time they shot a bunch of jellyfish into the cosmos. For science. They swear. 2,000 of the little critters went up, and chemicals were used to get them swimming and reproducing, which they did. Very well. They landed with 60,000. But once the astrofish came back, they weren't able to swim around very well, because they just straight up didn't have a concept of gravity. Run, Aaron! Gravity doesn't apply to them!
I had a lot of fun with that skit. A little disclosure there. That story was like, I think mid to late 90s. I'm forgetting the exact date where that happened. That was Zond missions. Yeah, Zond 5 was the tortoise missions. But this launch where they sent jellyfish into space and like bred new jellyfish in space, that actually happened in like the mid to late 90s, so after the Cold War. I included it because it's like, you know, it's still space age. It's still like space stuff. You could argue the space race is kind of going. It's not. I wouldn't say it is, but I included it because the skit idea I had was really funny and I thought it was an interesting story. So yeah, I know I kind of broke my meta there.
Space age deserves an entire video of its own, but I know you nerds are foaming at the mouth to hear who I think won the space race. Let me just put it this way. Between the two countries, only one killed the cutest dog I've ever seen and later had their own scientists regret it and claim they didn't get enough out of the mission to justify her death. So that's about as clear of an L as I've ever seen. And if you want my more detailed answer, you'll have to wait for my behind the scenes commentary on my second channel.
That's what this is. Yeah, that was like my funny way to kind of like say that I think if you were to choose a winner between the two, I would award it to America at the end of the day for all those reasons I discussed earlier. And it's kind of like highlighted through the whole Leica story. I think you could argue the entire thing through that.
You're really going the gatekeeping shameless plug route? Shh, can you hear that? No, that's right. There's no one to hear you scream.
This picture, this is like, it's like a little like a blob picture. Cass, the artist that made my bird that you see, like the bird that I use in my videos, it used to be a picture. Now it is a drawing made by the insanely talented Cass. I always tag her website in my video descriptions, so please check her out if you're interested. She has some shops where she sells some like really cool stickers. Let me just open it up and link it better. She is the best artist I've ever had the blessing to know. She's also the best mentor I've ever had. She is great. She always takes time to help improve like my own art and help teach me and guide me, and actually helped me with an animation that you'll see later in this video. But anyway, she also drew 3 other versions of my bird. One of them is like this one here that you're only seeing the face because I zoomed in, but it's kind of like a little blob. I don't know if I can easily find it by like going to Twitter. Let's see. I'm gonna open up Twitter and see if I can find myself without. I don't want to sign in. Never mind. I'll put it in like my Discord if anyone's curious, but this is one of her other drawings, and I thought it'd be a good opportunity to show it some love by using it for like my up close, like I'm threatening Alex with death. I'm getting more and more unhinged with every episode.
Next up is the culture section, and just to be upfront, America wins this category, hands down. Kids are hitting layups in Mongolia. But
America's culture win is so fucking strong that I just typed in 2 random things that came to mind. Look, what's something American? Basketball. What's a place? Mongolia. Boom, picture of nomads in Mongolia playing basketball. America's culture domination is just like unparalleled.
For the sake of checking all our boxes, we're gonna talk about it anyway. Soda, pop, or carbo, as I guess some degenerates call it, is just about as synonymous with America as the bald eagle itself. And that was precisely the problem for Georgy Zhukov. Hero of the Soviet Union, defeater of Nazis, Zhukov became a big fan of Coca-Cola ever since Eisenhower introduced him to it around the time of World War II. But the delicate fizzy cocktail was banned in the Soviet Union, and Zhukov, being prominent in the public eye, couldn't be seen consuming a symbol of American imperialism. We know what happens when Stalin gets cranky. So we decided to reach out to US President Harry Truman for a solution to his dilemma. President Truman?
Zuki, are you considering defecting?
No, stop asking. I was actually calling to see if you could help me acquire some coke.
Well, we were saving most of it for black neighborhoods, but I think we can work something out.
No, wow, Jesus, I'm talking about Coca-Cola. I can't be seen getting it in the Soviet Union. They wouldn't allow for it. Can you help me out with this?
Maybe you could?
Other than overthrowing my government.
I'll get you one of these days. Let me see if I can work something out.
Truman
that skit was so that was like one of my wackiest skits, I think, in this video. I don't know why, I just thought it would be really funny to have Truman as this like really like whimsical, like goofy guy that's like, hey, like I've been talking like as if they have like a big back like history, Zhukov and Truman, like as if Truman many times is like trying to get this guy to defect or like overthrow the Soviet Union. I thought it was really funny. I think I got the idea because I was watching Oppenheimer like back in July, and their depiction of Truman was kind of like different than I had imagined. And because of that, I thought it'd be fun to kind of like take that depiction and crank it up by like a few volumes, and then have some dark humor in here. Like I make a joke about how, like, you know, Truman mistakes coke for cocaine. And then there's like the conspiracy. I don't think it has been fully confirmed to be true that the CIA helped peddle crack cocaine to minority groups in, I think, the 80s and 90s, which is obviously after this time. But, you know, it's like close enough time frame that I thought it'd be kind of like a little jab, a little funny jab to throw in there. And also, I just kind of want to like point out, like, I make a bunch of choices throughout my video. Like right here, I actively chose to have Zukov standing on the right, looking to the left, trying to keep that sort of like perspective of where everyone's like symbolically either looking to left where the west is or right to where the east is. It's kind of like the 180 degree film rule, where it's like when you have like two characters talking, you don't want to break that 180 degree line. So I'm kind of like trying to like do my own version of that here. So like Zukov is in the Soviet Union, the Eastern powers, looking left towards the West where Truman would be, and I try to keep that going throughout this video, and you see that quite a bit. Like, I have the Soviet Union on the right, I have America on the left. Now, I will say that I think this is an example of an area that I could benefit from and improve upon with like visual storyboarding, which I don't really do a lot of right now, because it's an artistic choice that I made, but later on, and I think a few times in this video, I accidentally break my own rule, which I think is okay to do, break your own rules, but it'll help keep my artistic choices more consistent if I have some storyboarding that I do, I believe. So just kind of like pointing out an area where I think I can improve, because I tried to do this throughout this video, and I think I broke that rule myself a few times. Not a lot, but a few times. Destroying my government.
I'll get you one of these days. Let me see if I can work something out.
Truman reached out to Coca-Cola, who then developed White Coke, a special clear version of Coke that had its food coloring removed. It was packaged in clear glass bottles with a white cap and red star. This way, when Zukov wanted a nice, refreshing Coke, the public wouldn't see their idol drinking a Yankee abomination, just half liters of vodka. In the image of war hero turned alcoholic veteran was a Soviet-fitting brand the public could very much so get behind.
Oh, stupid ad. Wow, that's weird. Moving on. But let's check on them. Just a little bit of an explanation on that. So 50 cases of it were sent over to Zukov, as that's what was reported. And because Coca-Cola had been itching to break into the Eastern Bloc market, that's why they went through this effort. I didn't really cover that. They really wanted to have a presence in the Eastern Bloc for a market. So this gave them the opportunity to create those supply chains and make it a win-win for both sides. It's not like Coke was like, yeah, it'd be super cool if I made some Coke for the Soviet guy, specifically only for him. They did have benefits that came out of that. Oh, thank you, Nate. Nate just DM'd me some very, very good pictures that I was looking for. I talked about those other birds that Cass made earlier. I don't think this will let me show it because, okay, I think it will. These are the other birds. So that's what I normally use without the glasses. This is the bird that I zoomed in on for the no one can hear you scream. She also has this one here I really like. He looks very, you know, like well-mannered, and like he wants to make a good impression. And then this one is like, you know, screeching to stake his claim. These are the birds. Yeah, let me just cover my guy up here real quick, just so you can see the full art. There you go. It's very, very beautiful. I am so happy that Cass took the time to put in this much effort. I only asked her for the one picture, but because it really aligned with some other work she was doing, she took this opportunity to do like a study, and just kind of like did these extra drawings for fun, and I did not deserve it. Bless her soul. Thank you so much. I just wanted to show those off real quick. Oh, by the way, earlier I mentioned that I sometimes show America without the aviators, and this is an instance of me like sneaking up on America, and he's like busy like taking off his face paint, his makeup, and eating a burger. Yeah.
America and the yin, Coca-Cola's yang, Pepsi. In 1959, Pepsi participated.
That was the famous ad that was
America
controversial.
and the yin, Coca-Cola's yang, Pepsi.
Kendall Jenner giving a Pepsi to some riot police while there's protests going on, and that was like dog to all hell. Like, you guys have probably seen news about that, but I thought it'd be funny to show that picture.
In 1959, Pepsi participated in the American National Exhibition in Moscow, where we showed off what it means to be an American. Here we see Soviets observing a motionless car from behind, an allusion to driving in an East Coast city. Over here, Khrushchev is experiencing the wonder that is an American kitchen. Will he try his hand at operating the washing machine? No, they brought a woman for that. Gee, watching your wife work sure is tiring. How about a nice refreshing Pepsi to take the edge off? This photo was exactly the marketing juice PepsiCo needed in the ongoing cola wars.
It was huge.
And it led to Pepsi acquiring a monopoly on cola in the Soviet Union. With restrictions on the ruble, Pepsi exchanged their scrumptious syrup for vodka, which they could then sell for cash.
So basically, there was a bunch of sanctions on the Soviet Union. Rubles weren't able to really be used internationally. They were pretty much only within the Soviet Union. So because of that, they had to get creative with ways to, you know, make money off of their imports to the Soviets. So that was how they came up with this idea to exchange vodka for Pepsi. Like, they had the right to sell the I can never say it. Stolichnaya. You can still buy it today, but there was like that and like another brand of vodka that they traded for.
This deal remained in place until Pepsi's growth outpaced the vodka's growth, leading to a renegotiation. Yeah, this vodka deal was great and all, but there are only so many kids with fake IDs in the States. Not to worry, comrade, we've arranged an offer for you. What is this? Something to go with Naval Fleet. Ah, there it is. What are you doing? You wanted me to bring something new to the table, so I bring ships to table. Thank you, Igor. Пожалуйста. Figuratively! Bring something figuratively to the table! And why would I want a naval fleet? To help with your current conflict with Coca-Cola. You are in Cola War, are you not? Figuratively!
Oh, I love that skit so much. That might be one of my favorite skits. Let's see. This skit, I had him, I wanted to point out like a little potential error I made. I wanted to see what was Russian for thank you. Пожалуйста is like a word that is mainly used for please, but also I saw on Google Translate could be thank you too. But I was pointed out by some people that spoke Russian in the comments that they actually would use a different word, and that would just mean please, and it wouldn't make sense in this context. So, little mistake there. That's why you don't trust Google Translate, kids, on your Spanish homework. But I just love this skit because I thought it'd be so funny that like the Soviets just took everything literally, like, yeah, bring something new to the table, and they literally brought a ship through the fucking wall. And then yeah, the little pirate hat to go with his new naval fleet, which pirate hat, could that be foreshadowing future content? Who knows?
The Soviet
I also loved how I delivered figuratively. I thought it was so well done and really just made the humor really pop.
Like with Coca-Cola, you are in Cola War, are you not? Figuratively! The Soviet Union gave Pepsi 17...
Yeah, that's how you spell it. The tumors in the comments, he wrote it out. Пожалуйста, or is that? I think that's how you spell it, yeah. I literally, if you listen to my like audio recordings of these, you can just hear me like click the audio button on Google Translate to listen to how the lady says it, and I do my best to mimic it, because I don't know fuck all Russian. I know like Sugabliat, and that's like it, like everyone else.
Submarines, a cruiser, a frigate, and a destroyer as payment for soda. You may have heard this story before, as it's become somewhat of an internet legend in recent years, with articles and your know-it-all nerd friend Kevin claiming this trade made Pepsi the 6th largest navy in the world at the time. This actually wasn't quite the case. These vessels were outdated and gonna be sold for scrap, but even still, they wouldn't have made Pepsi even remotely close to the 6th largest navy in the world at the time. In fact, when I dug into this story deeper, there seemed to be a lot of scrutiny as to whether or not this even happened in the first place. I was able to find 2 articles from 1989 claiming the sale did take place, and political expert Dr. Paul Musgrave wrote a feature about the story and says that it definitely happened and is attested to in other sources.
Yeah, so this story, oof, it was hard. I spent so much time. By far, I don't know by far. This was, out of all my sections, this was the most heavily researched section because there was a lot of scrutiny as to whether or not this actually fucking happened. Like, what happened? That's the question, right? So 1989 was when it was reported. What everyone points to is the New York Times. The people that dig into the story deeper, although I was able to find other sources that other people weren't able to find somehow, like with the Associated Press talking about this story as well, where it said that the Soviet Union traded these vessels for Pepsi, but these vessels were like very outdated. They were dog shit. They weren't like a navy at all. So like never was it like a thing that Pepsi was a naval force to be reckoned with at all. It's funny, it's a really good headline, which is why you see it in all these articles, but when you just do some research, you find that's not the case. What probably happened, if this story happened, Pepsi acted as kind of like a middleman, where these vessels were given to a Norwegian firm, maybe an Indian firm for scrapping, and the money from that scrappage went to Pepsi. That's it. It was just like a way to make a few $1,000,000 for some Pepsi. It wasn't a big deal, and that's why I think that at the time you don't see a lot more reporting on it, because it's like, you know, they just made a few $1,000,000 for some Pepsi by scrapping vessels. But later on, in like the mid-2000s to late 2000s, this story just started gaining a lot of traction on the internet, and you saw all these articles come out saying like Pepsi was the 6th largest navy in the world at the time. Some would say Pepsi was the 6th largest military in the world at the time. You would see 6th largest navy or submarine fleet. You'd see all these like 6 largest videos, or 6th largest something. Never was that the case. If you look at like any metric of that ranking, you would see they never were 6th. I think like the only time they came close was like for submarine number or something like that, but don't hold me to it. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was like something where they were like 7th maybe, or like way, or like 10th, I can't remember, but it was like never 6th for anything. And even still, like they would have been terrible vessels. MatPat made a video on it. I did see it, and I made a joke that like I'm better researched than MatPat because I was able to find sources that he wasn't able to find, which is, I don't know, I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's kind of nice. MatPat came to a different conclusion than me. He says that it didn't happen, in that it had evolved into a different deal that I'll talk about in this video here in a second. That happened in the 90s, oil tankers for Pepsi. Now, I believe the oil tanker deal was a separate deal than this 1989 deal. I think that it makes perfect sense that this deal took place because it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. They never touched the vessels. They just made money from the exchange. And it wouldn't have been a big deal at the time because with the facts that they knew, because it just happened, it wasn't all that important. It's like a few $1,000,000 means nothing. And then because Dr. Paul Musgrave made this feature on it where he dug into all these details, and when we reached out to him, or when I reached out to someone who did reach out to him, he told me how Dr. Paul Musgrave was absolutely certain that this happened, and that it was attested to in these other sources that were behind paywalls that I couldn't get to, I couldn't find, but he was able to find and wasn't able to give me the exact sources to. But those were notably the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, because I was able to find some of the sources that he mentioned, like the AP one, which I found here. That was a more trustworthy section of a newspaper than the New York Times one. And because Dr. Paul Musgrave, a PhD in fields that I am not experts in, says that he is very confident it happened and was able to confirm that it happened. I went mute. Can you not hear me? Blue Jay done muted? Hello? Oh no, why am I muted? I am... Oh, I'm not? Okay. Why did... Okay. So you can hear me? I'm good now? Okay, that was weird. Yeah, I just noticed I lost, like... For like, I lost like 30 viewers out of nowhere. Okay. Cool. All right, you all hear me. Anyway, where the fuck was I? So there's a lot of conflicting statements as to whether or not this story happened. The research that I did was adequate enough for me to believe that there is truth to the story. I think details can be mistold in some areas, but I think that it happened. I will note that there is not 100% certainty that it happened. I had people that I trust tell me that they are 100% certain it happened. And because of that, I ended up going with that version of the story where I said this happened and then the other deal happened. That was the bigger prize, which we'll get to here in a second. Here.
To me, it seems most likely that Pepsi acted as a sort of middleman in the exchange of Pepsi for a few $1 million worth of Soviet vessel scrappage. But this was just a small fry compared to the big kahuna that would transpire the coming year. A multi-billion-dollar deal where the Soviets would build brand spanking new oil tankers for Pepsi. That's right, liquid gold for Fizz to behold. Things were starting to...
So yeah, the oil tanker deal, that was like the big prize. There was a lot more written about that. That's confirmed in pretty much like all senses of the word. So there is like other people that did a lot of time, spent a lot of time researching this, like Matt Pattis was pointed out, came to the conclusion that, okay, that was the original deal, the 1989 selling warships. They believe that evolved into this deal, to build these brand new oil tankers that would be worth billions. It would be very substantial. It would fund a lot of Pepsi rather than a few $1 million. Now, I don't really see that as the case. I think it's an understandable conclusion because they're both naval ships. They are ships, right? It sounds like, okay, that was a ship deal and now there's another ship deal. I guess that ship deal didn't happen and this is the true ship deal. There's nothing saying you can't have two ship deals, right? So what I think and what Paul Musgrave thinks happened was that was a deal that took place, a transaction for a few $1 million worth to kind of like tide things over for the bigger deal that was then discussed, this building of brand new oil tankers that happened in 1990, which as we will see right now,
look up for little old Pepsi.
Well, the USSR collapses, so it ended up kind of like falling apart. It really sucked. I felt bad for Pepsi. Like they had to like renegotiate like new deals with like Ukraine and various parts of the Soviet Union to kind of like try to keep things alive. And oh man. Oh, by the way, a little funny fact about this. When the reason I showed this like funny picture of a dog drinking a Pepsi, my friend Vax sent me this picture literally as I was working on this image in the video, like this picture of a dog drinking Pepsi in a completely unrelated conversation. And I'm like, oh my god, this is a perfect picture to use for when I say Fizz to behold. Thank you. I'm putting this in the video right now. And he's like, dude, no way, dead ass. And I'm like, yeah, dude. It was really funny. That it just like happened to like get a funny picture about Pepsi. And I ended up using it in the video.
Surely a multi-decade monopoly would consolidate a strong lead in the market. Oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, Coca-Cola in like 1994 would surpass Pepsi as the preferred like cola beverage in Russia. I had people point out that like now it's different because like cola pulled out of Russia, so now it's Pepsi. I saw that Pepsi also pulled out of Russia, but I've seen like other things saying that maybe they just said they did, but they didn't actually, so I don't know. It seems like they both pulled out of Russia with the whole Ukraine war thing going on, but anyway, I just think it's like a sad series of events. Like they didn't even end up being like the sole, like the most popular thing, even though they were the only thing for the longest time. I feel bad for Pepsi, dude. Diet Pepsi. People that are like, dude, Diet Pepsi is dog shit, or people that are like, Pepsi is dog shit, Coke is so much better. It's the same fucking thing. Like they taste different. You can tell. But I don't believe anyone truly in their heart of hearts finds such an insane difference between the two. And if they say that, they're lying or they're dicks. I don't believe them. If someone gives me Diet Pepsi when I ask for a Diet Coke, I'm gonna love it all the same. It's still Diet Cola. Fuck those fake fans. You should be a cola fan, not just a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi fan. Don't be a slave to brands.
Last but not least, we have the military category. The US and Soviets had to get creative with this one, as in the world of nuclear juiciness, we typically want to avoid terraforming the Earth into a radioactive wasteland. but the moon is fair game. It's 1958. Americans are panicking after the Sputnik launch, and the US needed a strong response to show they weren't falling behind.
That like slapping animation. That was what I talked about where I consulted Cass. So she helped me with this because I originally had an animation where he was opening the door like all the way back here, swinging all the way back. It was very dramatic. And like listening to it, because it's such a repetitive animation, the sound started to sound like it didn't sync up with the impact of the slapping. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Because I look at my timeline and the sound was like right on where you see it connect with his face. And it still didn't sound like it. And like what I came to think was like, okay, the first few slaps sound like they're aligned, and then it starts to sound like it desyncs. I think it's because of like some kind of like illusion going on where, because you see these two big motions happening, you start to like think that a sound is like associated with a different action than the one that it's supposed to be associated with. And it's kind of like just like an illusion, an audio illusion with your eyes and hearing clashing with each other. Cass helped me. She's like agreed. She confirmed that sentiment separately. So I'm like, okay, that was like the right path, and suggested that I make the return animation less dramatic, so your little silly brain would associate the little slapping with the James here getting fucked up in the face. Yeah.
Okay, boys, where's Captain Lloyd?
I believe he's taking his wife to an appointment at Dr. Lang's lobotomies.
Ah, about time. Anyway, let's get started. We need to do something big to boost public morale. What do you got for us, General Clint?
The Army is working on our own satellite program. I say we put our faith in the Explorer 1 launch.
That'll be good, but we'd still only be second. What about you, Major Tom?
I believe we should focus on Project Mercury, sir, and putting the first man in space.
Good, I like it. And your thoughts, Alfred the Moon Hater?
The United States. I don't know why I thought that'd be so funny. Like, I just imagine this. I'm introing my fucking speech. Sorry, I'm introing the story of A119, the project to detonate a nuclear bomb on the moon, so it'd be visible from with your naked eye, standing on the ground, looking up from like Nevada or wherever the fuck you are. And I thought it'd be funny, like thinking about like how they're coming up with this plan. That there's just like this one dude that's like, I fucking hate the moon. Let's fucking nuke it. That'll show the Russians. Let's nuke the fucking moon. And so I came up with...
Good, I like it. And your thoughts, Alfred the Moon Hater?
I came up with Alfred the Moon Hater here. A dude that just is like this like comic super villain that hates the moon. That's his shtick. Technically, they put their faith in Vanguard 1 before Explorer 1. Yeah, no, they did. Yeah, it wasn't like supposed to be like an accurate telling of like space race steps. Both of those are true stories. Project Mercury was what put Alan Shepard in space, and then Explorer 1 was the first American satellite in space. And then also I had a reference in this video. He says like, what are your thoughts, Major Tom? For those of you that know the famous song Major Tom, it's like one of the most iconic space age songs from a German band, I believe. I thought that was a little funny little reference.
The United States kicked off Project A119, a plan to detonate a nuclear bomb on the moon's surface. Their hope was that the explosion would be large enough to be visible from Earth with the naked eye, and consequently boost public morale once they witnessed the extent of America's might. But of course, they need to sell some additional reasons beyond explosions are sick, bro.
So it would help answer some rudimentary astrogeological questions? What? Yeah, science and shit.
Basically, the joke there is that, like, they did state reasons for doing it. Like, okay, it'll help, like, us learn some things about, like, geology in space. It'll help answer some questions about, like, yada, yada, yada. Basically, it was supposed to be a stunt to show America's might. That's what it was, first and foremost. They had other reasons, which Carl Sagan, by the way, was a part of this team of scientists that worked on this project. I thought that was a really interesting fact. He was like a PhD student at the time, I believe. But anyway, yeah, there was there was like stated scientific reasons, but that wasn't the main reason. I'm also gonna rewind because I have to pee. And you're gonna watch a little bit of my video while I go pee.
Feature about the story and says that it definitely happened and is attested to in other sources. To me, it seems most likely that Pepsi acted as a sort of middleman in the exchange of Pepsi for a few $1 million worth of Soviet vessel scrappage. But this was just a small fry compared to the big kahuna that would transpire the coming year. A multi-billion-dollar deal where the Soviets would build brand spanking new oil tankers for Pepsi. That's right, liquid gold for fizz to behold. Things were starting to look up for little old Pepsi. Well, surely a multi-decade monopoly would consolidate a strong lead in the market. Oh, that's embarrassing. Last but not least, we have the military category. The US and Soviets had to get creative with this one, as in the world of nuclear juiciness, we typically want to avoid terraforming the Earth into a radioactive wasteland. But the moon is fair game.
Today is the 23rd of November 2023, and Gaza is still under the fire and under the war. This war, which left thousands of victims and injuries, and thousands of houses and buildings were destroyed totally. The people here inside Gaza suffer from a humanitarian crisis, where they don't have the ability to afford the basic needs of life, like water, electricity, and food. Today, on behalf of Ummah Relief, we implement the projects of preparing hot meals to distribute these hot meals to the needy people in Al-Baghazi camp. The people in this camp.
Sorry, guys.
It's 1958. Americans are panicking after the Sputnik launch, and the US needed a strong response to show they weren't falling behind.
My bad.
Okay, boys.
Let's
Where's
go
Captain
back.
Lloyd? I believe he's but we'd still only kicked off Project A119. Shit. A team of America's top minds got to work calculating the sweet spot between popping off the world's most expensive firecracker and flashbanging the northern hemisphere while kinetically bombarding Venus. They landed on a warhead with a 1.7 kiloton yield, detonated right on the ironically named Terminator line, where the light side of the...
By the way, just for like a little bit of context there, I can't remember the exact number. How powerful was the Hiroshima bomb? 15 kilotons. So like that was considered to be a very small nuke for like today's standards. Like nukes are way more powerful now. So 1.7 kilotons being like almost like a 15th of the size of the bomb, one of the first nukes dropped on Hiroshima, is pretty small. So I thought that was kind of interesting that it didn't really have to be that big of a nuke to be seen from Earth.
The moon touches the dark side, but not too far over where it's all dark and scary.
I put commitment because commitment is scary. And also the picture of like the hand-dyed dude from Pan's Labyrinth, which was very scary.
While it was found to be technologically feasible, this project was cancelled for a few reasons.
Just a
few.
One,
they were afraid of the danger to the public if the launch were to fail, which if we just take a peek at launch success rates in the 50s and 60s, we'd call this worrisome.
Very big chance for it to, you know, not hit the moon. What if it didn't hit the moon was like the concern? What if it blew up while it was going up? What if it like went around the moon and came back? A lot of, you know, potential problems with nuking space.
2, potential nuclear fallout would have made the moon landing photos look less like a heroic triumph and more like an HBO show. And 3, because they feared exploding nukes on the moon might look, you know, cartoonishly evil or something.
No, that's a good point that Max brought up. So like these photos are obviously like not real. We never nuked the moon. But I believe there would not be any mushroom cloud at all. There would be a lot of dust, but there's no atmosphere on the moon, so you wouldn't really see like much of a shock wave. You wouldn't see a mushroom cloud. You would see, I believe, a big puff of dust because you are kicking up a bunch of lunar dust a little bit, but there wouldn't be a mushroom cloud. Nukes in space is a very interesting topic, and the physics of which, while I do have, you know, an engineering degree, I don't have the confidence to really kind of like teach people on what nukes would be like in space, but I kind of imagine it being more like a flashbang than anything else, which is why I kind of like talked about it like flashbanging the northern hemisphere. It'd be a burst of light, but it wouldn't be much of a mushroom cloud. That's more of an interaction with like the atmosphere. So you'd have flying particles that are irradiated, but you wouldn't see a mushroom cloud. That's an interaction with buoyancies in our atmosphere.
Personally, if it were up to me, I'd say act first, make YouTube apologies later. That's why we wouldn't put you in positions of power. Right you are, Alex. I would just take it by force. But how to overthrow a democratic government is a video for another day. Let's see what the Russians have in store for the military category.
By the way, there's a little fun joke, me being psychotic. I would take it by force. I would totally be a coup leader for sure. This is a real video. I'm like, how can I like make a fake thumbnail to like make this? Is obviously for those of you that don't know, this is like a joke about like Colleen Ballinger making an apology video with a ukulele song. So like, yeah, just the U.S. could just, you know, say sorry for nuking the moon if the public didn't like it, and that was my little joke there. I did make an account on YouTube called U.S. Government and literally uploaded a video that's just 5 seconds of that picture. And called it Hi, which is what Colleen called her video. So you can find that real video. It exists. A democratic government is a video for another day. Let's see what the Russians have in store for the military category. Long-range bombers were all the rage in the mid-20th century. After all, you needed some way to bring the bigger and brighter suns you're building to all your friends. And with advancements in anti-air shooty things, these bombers needed to fly higher and faster to keep their spicy little presence safe. Holy shit, I just noticed a problem I made. Fuck. Stupid mistake. So, N2O, or NOS, is famously used for like race cars. It's like, you know, what you see in Fast and Furious where they kick on the NOS to go faster. It's good for getting a big boost of speed, but I accidentally wrote down
these bombers needed to fly higher and faster.
I accidentally wrote down the wrong chemical formula at first, and I'm like, no, it's not NO2, it's N2O. And I corrected it
to keep their spice
on this frame, but I forgot to correct it on the frame before. I did not notice that until just now. So I'm pointing out my own error that I haven't seen anyone else point out. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like I usually have a lot of chemistry nerds in my audience, but yeah, that's not NOS. The N2O is NOS. Just to make sure we're clear. I'm a chemical engineer after all, damn it.
Spicy little presence safe. Introducing the Tu-22, the first supersonic bomber to enter production in the Soviet Union, even after both prototypes were destroyed in testing, killing multiple people. Third time's the charm, eh? Begin full production, we'll fix it on the go. And fix it on the go, they did not. While it had an intimidating look that was really hammered home by some impressive chompers,
it's just like, it's really funny looking. Look at these teeth. Oops. Like, the... like you know like on like the like F-15s or whatever, I'm not sure the exact planes, but like US planes that have like shark teeth on like on the front, they look like really intimidating and strong, and this looks like some like dude got drunk and just like was like, yeah, I'll put like rows of teeth on here. It's like the most pathetic looking like shark mouth I've ever seen on a plane. I loved it though. It's so like adorable, and I guess it makes sense because they're probably shit-faced while working on it.
This would turn out to be more of a warning to its own crew than adversaries, as it was plagued with a stupendous amount of serious problems. Design issues included wings that would deform and partially melt at high speeds, terrible stability that had the pilot essentially arm wrestling the yoke the entire flight to keep being a plane, and a terrible cockpit layout that was described as a, quote, inverted hedgehog, with...
I'm sorry for that image of inverted Sonic. I'm like, what's the best way to like describe an inverted hedgehog? How about I take the most iconic hedgehog and invert him? And I literally like drew Sonic bloody and decided to like literally draw each muscle fiber. These are all individually drawn muscle fibers here, and at this point in the video I had been drawing like 16 hours straight for a few weeks, and I'm like so used to it that this took me like hardly any time at all to draw, which like, you know, like it's kind of hard to draw like a bunch of lines right next to each other without over like lapping and stuff. So yeah, like I thought that was a funny description of a cockpit though. Inverted hedgehog.
With levers so far out of reach that pilots had to improvise ropes and hooks to operate them. But perhaps my favorite design flaw was the ejection system, which didn't shoot crewmen upwards like you'd imagine. That's where the precariously placed turbines sat hungry for breakfast, but rather below the plane, where the ground is. This meant that ejections were only safe above 350 meters, and when you take into account most accidents occur during takeoff and landing, you might as well stick it out if you run into trouble on the runway, or risk being turned into fertilizer.
Yeah, this plane is just such a mess. Oh my gosh, like reading about it was just a nightmare. So I originally had a different story planned. I had a few different stories planned for the military section of the Soviet military video, or the Soviet military section of this video. There's a story about a manhole cover that became the fastest object ever, because it was on top of a nuclear test underground that was then launched like at a tremendous speed in orbit. For some reason, I thought that was the Soviet Union. So when I got to researching that part of the video while I was writing the script, I realized, no, that was an American test. I already have an American military story. I need a Soviet one, damn it. So I pinged everyone in my Discord saying, quick, I need a Soviet military story stat. Some guy commented about this supersonic booze carrier that people drank the coolant to get shit-faced, and I'm like, perfect. Started researching it, found all these other problems. I'm like, oh my god, this is such a nightmare of a contraption. It's hilarious. Like, for example, these turbines that are mounted on the tail fin here, that was a design that was like the first ever of its time, and because of how bad this plane was, has never really been replicated since. So that's like a very rare design, and that's why they didn't have ejections go above the plane, and instead had it go below the plane, which is just like, sounds like a problem. What if you're kind of flying low and you need to get out? Well, you need to be above 350 meters or you're gonna be dead. Oh, and thank you for the $3 Strobex. I appreciate it. There were even times where people just straight up fell out of the plane. Granted, this would happen while the aircraft was parked and safely intact, unlike the crew's spines. All of this would earn the bomber one of its many colorful nicknames, Man-Eater, due to its quirky little knack of killing many of its own crewmen, with an astronomical failure rate of 70 units lost out of 311 produced. For my Baldur's Gate friends out there, that's roughly equivalent to rolling a d4, and if it's a 1, you die. All things... So, this nickname, Man-Eater, when I was researching, I also saw other nicknames being referenced. I heard Defectocraft and Error Plane, which, and also, thank you so much again. I appreciate all the tips that you guys have given me. It's just so kind. I can't thank you enough. But the Defectocraft and Error Plane, I couldn't find any sources backing that up. I would find that all over the place, but I couldn't find any source that backed that up. And so Error Plane is the only one, or Man-Eater is the only one that I could find, that and the supersonic booze carrier that I get to in a minute. But the reason I was so skeptical about Defectocraft and Error Plane is those are very clearly English puns, like play on words in English. They obviously wouldn't be speaking English, and I was skeptical that such a convenient and clever play on words would translate so perfectly to English. So I don't know if that's just like misinformation. It could be true. I don't know. But I couldn't find any sources, and I saw so many people say that. Yeah, Error Plane spelled exactly like that. Like literally, like Error Plane and Defectocraft. That was the two other nicknames I saw that were hilarious, but I couldn't find anything backing that up, and I just am very skeptical that that's true. So you'll see other people say that in like videos or like articles, but just I don't know where it came from. If someone can point it out, if someone that has made such an article or video ever comes upon this, please tell me, because I'm really curious. I don't want to say it's not true, I just don't know where it came from. Or maybe it's like an equivalent translation, like maybe not a literal translation. But yeah. That's roughly equivalent to rolling a d4, and if it's a 1, you die. All things considered, pilots were not very excited to fly this death trap. However, it was an extremely sought after assignment for crews, and that, my dear Alex, can be traced back to the coolant system. Coolant? That's right, Alex. The cockpit had an overheating problem that was solved with an evaporator supplied with a shocking amount of coolant. This coolant was a mixture of 60% distilled water and 40% ethanol, and when we pour that into our handy little analyzer here, it ran on vodka? It ran on vodka, yes. Naturally, I love that skit so much. Those sounds are so fun for me. That's what I was talking about earlier when I was saying it's similar to that skit I did in my historical fashion video where I had him like step on a spot on the ground and it would like have like these like funny noises and a contraption that like has the codpiece of Henry VIII come out. in the Tower of London on that statue. That's kind of like a callback to that skit, but like this time with ducks and other whimsical sounds. I loved it a lot. Where I worked, we used to have Russians use the same airfield with big old Antonovs. The crews stayed with the aircraft for months at a time, had a good look around them. They had live-in hookers. Sorry. That's interesting as hell. There were numerous reports of crews drinking the plane's coolant and getting, quote, paralytically drunk, earning the plane its most popular nickname, Supersonic Booze Carrier. Pilots of the bomber even had complete control over how much coolant was consumed during flight, or if any was used at all. Jesus, you look terrible. My name's actually Vlad, but thank you, sir. I just need to cool off. Did you and Alec run out of coolant? Oh yeah, we used it up real fast, and we didn't kiss or anything. What? I'm just saying, I didn't kiss a guy. I was just asking. You're just coming off really accusatory, and I just want to be crystal clear that I did not gingerly touch lips with Alec. Nothing happened. Right. Do you need more coolant then? That would be most appreciated. Interesting. God, I love that skit so much. I don't know why I thought that'd be so funny. I have people in my comments saying that I'm like a closeted gay with this. I don't know why, but anyway. I just thought it'd be so funny to like have a skit where I'm doing these like Russian accents and I'm like, I swear I'm not gay, dude. I didn't kiss a guy. I just was getting a little tipsy is all. Nothing happened. Like literally nothing happened. I just thought it'd be so funny. That Russian accent. I'm sorry if you don't think my accent's that good. I always get like weird reviews on my accents. I have people say like it's extremely good, and I have people saying that they're like terrible. And it's like every accent I've ever done. Like I have people go like, "Yo, dude, I'm from Britain, and like your British accent was so amazing." And then I have people saying like that is the worst British accent I've ever heard. For like every single video, like insert any like blank accent, I get comments like that. So I never know how good I'm actually doing. But I had a lot of fun regardless with this silly little accent. And I don't know why I thought this skit would be so funny. Just have him deny anything gay happened. Another thing I wanted to point out is that at this point in the video, I had been grinding nonstop, like working 16-hour days. I was literally like getting pain in my wrist and elbow from how hard I was working to meet this deadline for the plushie drop, which by the way, buy my plushie at youtube.com/product/bluejay plush 9-inch. Oh my gosh, it's so cute and adorable. If you like plushies, this is the plushie for you. Once it sells it, or once it's done, it's gone forever. You can never get it again. It'll never be up for sale again. It's really cool. I like it. Look at it spin. It's so cute. I'm holding it in my hand literally right now. I love it. Anyway, back to the video. At the beginning of the video to now, like I'm now working like in overdrive with my art. Like everything, like first line is perfect. I haven't been making mistakes because I've been just drawing nonstop for weeks. And this like background took me like literally like 5-10 minutes and I was done, which sounds like that makes sense, but backgrounds take a lot more time than you expect. So that's like really, really quick for like how like pretty solid it looks, I feel like. Coolant then. That would be most. Oh, people saying that I don't have money. If you can't afford it, it's fine. I'm not like actually like trying to like push it down your throat. Like it's not like a ignorable amount of money. It's $29.99. So like if you can't afford it, understandable. But if you can, I think it's great. I highly recommend. Appreciated. Interestingly, it appeared as though the coolant was utilized with a shocking efficiency, as aircrews post-flight reports would show 100% of it was used during flights. The Air Force would later crack down on this, restricting access to bombers between flights and closely monitoring coolant levels. However, keeping Russians from vodka is like trying to keep predators from Roblox, so they found a way to keep the practice alive anyway. While neither of these stories are really strong wins for either side, I'd have to award the Soviets the point for this one, as between the two, well, it actually happened, and for all its flaws. You mean people dying? For all its flaws, it at least helped boost airman morale. And as damn right it did. A lot of people are like pointing out how I'm like so dumb. Like there's so many like patriots, like American patriots that are like, dude, America's military is so goated. How'd you give the Soviets the point? If it hasn't been abundantly clear, I am obviously not covering like super meritful stories of America and the Soviet Union in the Cold War. No one would point to any of these stories, save for like the space race, as like an example of like a strong dub for either side. These are obviously jokes. I'm choosing the one that got people more drunk as my winner. It's not a commentary on like which side was actually more effective in their stuff. Although I will say I do think like in some instances it is. Like the science one, I think America would win. Culture one, America wins. But like the military one is just a joke, dude. Like this video is not like a who won the Cold War serious answer. I mean, America won because it still exists, and Gorbachev was in a Pizza Hut commercial. That's like a clear dub. So like we all know America won. As my cool college friend Scott once said, stop bringing your Game Boy to the club. I mean, when life leaves you drowning in stress, might as well choose the liquid. He flunked out, but I think the wisdom still stands. So, Alex, looks like we've got a solid tie here. Think you've got what it takes to win this Cold War? What? Half of these stories were disasters. I didn't learn anything useful. I've got no idea what to do. Alex. What did Scott say about drowning? Choose the fluid? Choose the fluid, Alex. Attaboy. Now plug my merch. Wow, look how cool. Good. The Cold War, 9 out of 10 stars. Thank you very much to my wonderful Patreon supporters here. These aren't all of them. These are the people of the highest tier on my Patreon. They are the ones that help me do this. That helped me put the time in to spend the 16-hour days. Without them, I could not do this. So I always want to take the time to shout them out, all of them. They are wonderful people. They help me do what I do, and I really appreciate them. So yeah, thank you so much. I can never thank them enough, as much as I try to. I particularly laughed at the I'm back with the milk, look outside. That's literally that person's name on Patreon. So they're great. Anyway, so that was the Cold War video. Yay, we got through it. It only took like, what, 3 hours? Wow, that'll be fun for Nate to work on, don't you think, Nate? You gotta cut this up for a video now. Anyway, for those of you that were sticking around for my commentary, that was the end of it. I will now answer some questions that I get in the chat. If anyone has any questions, I'll hang out for a little bit. But that's the end of like the video discussion there. So I hope you guys liked it. I think it was my best video that I've done so far. I'm particularly proud of it. It doesn't have to be all your guys' favorite. I think it's cool when people have different favorites. So, thank you all. It's been very well received. Just again, this is the announcement of my plushie that's dropping on YouTube's. If you didn't hear, if you'd like to order it, you can for the next 10 days, and then you can't again. It's just a way to support me and get something like kind of cool out of it if you want to, but enough shilling. I'll drop the link again, but questions, feel free to ask the questions now. What is my favorite gumball flavor? Blue. I like blue. Blue Jay, is this your job or do you also do engineering? So I will be, I guess I can, it's not my whole audience here, so it's not that big of a spoiler, I guess, but I will be making a announcement video that I do in fact do YouTube full-time now. So yes, YouTube is my full-time career. I ended up leaving my chemical engineering job just a couple of months back. So yeah, I took the deep dive. I'm a lot more passionate about my work here. I feel like I have a noticeable impact. I want to leave the world a better place than when I came into it, in the best way that I can. I know that sounds like a really grandiose objective. I don't need to be the president. I just need to have some kind of impact in a way that I think matters. And with the amount of people that say that my videos help them in various ways, whether it's learning new things, developing an interest in history, whether it's getting through a hard day, or just laughing. Laughter in life is good. I felt like I was doing a lot of good with this. It was something I was passionate about, something that I felt like I did a really good job at doing. And something that I see a strong future for myself in, rather than the job that I was doing. I did love chemical engineering. It'll always be a part of me. I'll always have the degree to fall back on if this doesn't work out for me, but yeah, my Patreon supporters are the ones that really allowed me to do the jump to full-time. You guys are the ones that allowed me to do the jump to full-time, to really do something that I think I'm good at and have passion for. It's a scary jump because chemical engineering, as you guys probably know, is a very secure career path. It's a scary thing to leave like a really safe path to a pretty good life with, you know, money, for one that's very volatile and not as secure. But you know, I think there's more to life than money, so this is what I chose to do. For better or for worse, I think I do better with it. Anyway, next question. Let's see. Is there another? I think there's something before this. Win space race vid. I may do, if I do a space race vid, it'll be longer off because I just kind of covered it a little bit. It won't be next, but it's not off the table. What stories did you research but didn't make this video? Good question. A lot, but one really good one is I think it's the White Sea-Baltic Canal, the construction of the White Sea-Baltic Canal. This is something that was in consideration for a military story for the Soviet Union. Basically, the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin, looked at America with their Panama Canal construction. They looked at the UK with the Suez Canal, and they're like, God damn it, to be a good country, you need a canal. Fuck. So he decided that the Soviet Union's amazing canal would be the White Sea-Baltic Canal, which iconically was constructed with a surprising amount of forced gulag labor of 126,000 people, of which 12 to 25,000 died, according to official records. But estimates can go up to 25,000 or even more in some cases. It was a thing that was used as an example of the gulag system working, which it definitely did not. It also wasn't deep enough for most naval ships to pass through. So while it was intended to be a very good way for the Navy to navigate between the White Sea and the Baltic Sea, it ended up only being useful for like low barges and like some submarines and smaller vessels. So it's kind of embarrassing. It's kind of funny. And I had a lot of really good skit ideas for this video that might have the opportunity to make into another video or end up being just a Patreon perk. But hopefully they see the light of day, because I actually had written like a good fourth of this section and then decided to go with something else. Just because I thought there were so many details here that it would take too long and I wanted something quicker. Let's see what else we got here. We got Did you already discuss how you worked that out with U2s? U2s reached out to me, actually. I was really surprised. They saw my stuff. They really liked my content. And they thought it'd be really cool to see what a collaboration would be like. And if they said if this drop goes well, there is the opportunity for future products to be you know, coming out with like maybe like figurines, like vinyl statues that you see other creators get, future plushies, different iterations, like with different hats, different characters of mine potentially. We're trying this as a first proof of concept to see like how well would my audience, you know, like react to a U2's plushie. Do we have like a good collaborative potential? So if this sells well, then you might see future U2s in the future. I hope so, because they're really cool. They really worked well with me to get something that I liked. And I thought that was really nice. You know, I'm not really like all that big of a YouTuber, so it was kind of cool to have people that make, you know, shit for like huge IPs like Spider-Man and FNAF also work with a measly little 600k YouTuber. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, they reached out to me. I was really surprised and really excited. What made you pick a blue jay as your spirit animal? Blue jays have always been, I guess, technically my second favorite animal. I've loved blue jays. Like growing up, I would see them in my yard, and I thought they were really beautiful, and I just thought they were cool. And another reason that I picked it, basically, I was playing Day of Defeat. If you guys know that game, it's like an early like Steam game made by Valve. I was playing Day of Defeat, and it's like a World War II game, and there was a guy who kept headshotting me with a sniper rifle. He was fucking me up, dude. His name was Sparrow, and he pissed me off. So I switched to a sniper class. I changed my name in game to Blue Jay, another bird, and I got revenge on him, and it felt so good to finally kill this like Nazi sniper that had been terrorizing me all game. And because of like getting him back with another bird name, I just kind of kept it as my Steam name. And it evolved into a username for me. It wasn't like my first username for the internet. I have a different one that I'm not gonna disclose, I guess. I don't know. It's public, like, but anyway, I want to be associated with Blue Jay, not any other name. But that's kind of like where it came from. It's also like one of my favorite birds. Penguins are actually my favorite animal, specifically the Adelie penguin. But Blue Jays are my favorite flying bird. Is there another STEM video in the work? There is one in the very early stages of work, but don't expect it anytime soon. It's coming eventually. When do you expect to get 1 million subscribers? No clue, man. I don't know. I don't know how the subs work, but I mean, it's been going up, and I don't want to like set a date and disappoint myself or anyone else. So, I don't know. It'd be cool like this year. I don't know. That's probably too early, honestly. It might be like next year, if ever. But I'm vibing with what I got. Do you really have blue jays wild where you live? They are stunning. Yeah. I grew up with them. I grew up in the Midwest. Yeah, I saw them all the time. We had like a family that lived in our yard. It was really cool. Oh shit, my chat just jumped. Congratulations, your videos are awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Do you think Blue Jay will get even more evil, or is there a limit? You know, time will tell. I think there's potential for more. I would ask why the inferior engineering, but at least you're not a civil. Are you a mechanical? You a mechanical? That's like a mechanical thing to say. I think that I am the peak of engineering. Thank you very much. Your videos are part of the rare few I like to rewatch often. Well, I kind of have a technique for that. I try to pack these things dense fucking full of a bunch of jokes and content so that you would have to watch it multiple times to catch everything, because there's a lot and it goes by fast. So I want to add a rewatchability to it to like discover new things and to form theories about the lore. What's the wackiest fact you couldn't fit anywhere in the video? I mean, I kind of wanted to like explain the Gorbachev Pizza Hut thing in more detail. That was pretty wacky. But I try to like make the wackiest things in the video. But there's definitely like a lot of other stuff that I could have talked about. Like I have a table that I was even considering different things. I actually originally had a diplomacy section. So you saw that I had intelligence, science, culture, and military. I was originally going to have intelligence, science, diplomacy, culture, and military. Okay, no, I do have an answer for the wackiest fact then. But because of how long this video was getting, it was almost half an hour. I'm like, I gotta cut out a section. What's my weakest one? Diplomacy. The thing that I was going to talk about there was the various Fidel Castro assassination attempts and the plot to attack his beard and his image and by the CIA. That was like my America story. For the Soviets, I was going to talk about the miscommunication that led to the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was a misreporting that made people think the Berlin Wall was not going to be a thing anymore. And because like everyone like ran to the wall to tear it down, they couldn't like turn back. So it was really funny. But the most interesting story that I really liked, Gorbachev later on in his life in an interview talked about a time where he was walking with Ronald Reagan, and he asked him in like a garden, if America was invaded by aliens, would the Soviet Union come to their aid? Would they unite militaries to fight back the invasion? And he was like, of course we would, like within a heartbeat. I thought it was just kind of cool, like these two countries that were like the most tense rivalry in the world, the two you would first expect to go to war, would agree in a heartbeat to fight off an alien invasion if it were to happen. And I thought it was goofy that they were talking about alien invasions. And just like, I don't know, like little moments of humanity like that is kind of like what I like to look for in politicians. I think it's kind of cool. Can you do a video with Cass? Well, I always do. Her art's always in it. That's her bread and butter. Now a red/Blue Jay crossover with chemical history. Oh my god, if he would, I would love to. His content's the best. God, he's great. Niall Red does the best chemistry stuff out there. I'll be here when Blue Jay go. My thing's frozen. Goes full psycho. Okay, let's see what else we got there. Thanks for all the effort you put into. I hope this works out for you. Thank you so much. I hope it does too, man. I have plans for future content developing into, you know, like animated short films, maybe even like animated series, like with original stories, not just like history education videos, but like actually like written narratives. You know, like other animators much more talented than me having a lot of success, like Vivian with Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel, like being shown that like YouTubers can in fact create like truly amazing productions. I would like to get to that point if I can. I really hope so. That's my like long-term goal. So I hope I can evolve to that point. But I have a story that I want to tell really badly, and I've been developing for years. And that's my goal. Whilst you are reading stuff, I'll be a big softie. Your videos have distracted me in some very, very hard times. You have changed the world for the best. Don't question, you treacherous colonial. Well, I love hearing that because that's why I do what I do. So I thank you so much. I'm glad I could help. It means a lot. Not ducks, says Nate. Well, I love ducks too. Ducks are great, but Blue Jays, they've always been like my favorite. But ducks are, you guys should see my Instagram Discover tab. It's literally nothing but pictures of ducks. It is the best thing ever. I send my friend and my girlfriend pictures of ducks literally every day. In Artax, my friend can attest to that. He scrolls through his DMs. It's nothing but duck pictures, and he never responds, and I love it. I'm surprised you don't have a mill. Yeah, I mean, numbers are numbers. I think there are plenty of creators out there that don't even have like 1,000 that make some of the craziest shit that is awesome. So numbers don't always mean good, I think. But you know, hopefully I get there. That'd be kind of cool. Get another plaque. You got to look into the type of fusion fission sciences in both the US and Russia. Oh yeah, dude, nuclear fusion is so cool. I love nuclear chemistry. That's my favorite branch, I'd think. What animal you like but you've never seen? A blue whale? I would love to see a blue whale. That's a life goal of mine. The biggest animal ever? Like, it's kind of crazy to hear that fact, you know? Like, there's nothing that's extinct that was bigger than the blue whale. That's nuts. I would love to see one in person. Just like the sheer scale of something that could fit me in its heart. That's nuts. Aerospace engineering student. Oh, is that what you are? I have respect for aerospace engineers. One of the reasons that I chose chemical engineers was that it was like the highest paying engineering. I love chemistry so much. And also it was like commonly cited as like the hardest engineering major, and I wanted to prove that I could do it. Like that and electrical I hear a lot of being like the hardest. Aerospace is also hard as fuck. I've seen my friends work. One of my good friends is an aerospace engineer. It's so cool though. I could have totally done aerospace. I would not be surprised if you get 1 million subscribers by the end of the year. Content is awesome. Yeah, we'll see, man. I don't know. It'd be kind of crazy. A member of my college quiz bowl team, we are going to Nations. Then with my team, we're gonna come across your fun facts in a lot of our questions. Quiz bowl, like it's like Jeopardy but with teams. Wait, really? That's kind of cool. That's awesome. I'm glad. That's cool that I can actually help a team in a quiz bowl. Thanks for making learning fun. That's why I'm here, man. I want to make sure people like learning. In the ad with Gorbachev, they just argue over politics with him until someone just says that Gorbachev gave Pizza Hut to Russia. Yeah, no. I pulled up the ad earlier in this video and talked about it. It's nuts. I know. I thought it was so funny to think of like an American parallel. It's like liberals and conservatives arguing about Biden, and then they align on like Takis being brought to America or something. You got to talk about the Castro assassination attempts at some point. They're too good. Yeah, the only reason I kind of didn't is because I feel like a lot of people have made videos on them to some extent, but I don't think I can't make a video on it. So I definitely would love to talk about those at some point. Nothing like humans banding together to fight off an outer world adversary, right? Crossover with CGP Grey would be hilarious. I don't even know if he really does like collaboration type stuff. I've never seen it. But I don't know, it'd be really cool. He's an amazing creator. I'd probably list him as one of my inspirations. I've definitely had inspiration from him in videos that I've done, like with my radiation series, kind of like piggybacking off of each other. He did something like that with videos. What is your favorite part of history? Native American history, I would say, is probably my favorite. It interests me the most. I really want to do like an Aztec video at some point. Do you have other people help with the research? No. Oh my god, it'd be nice, but I don't. Literally everything from start to finish is all me. I will like read things to people and have them give feedback on whether or not they think it's funny. But for the most part, it's all me. And it's a lot of work, and that's why they take a while. These are animated videos, all by one person. What do you think makes your YouTube community unique? I think I feel like I have like separate communities. On YouTube, there's my full community, and then I have like pockets of communities on like Twitter, on like Discord. My Discord community is unique in that there's a lot more furries than I thought there'd be. But that's not really the case on YouTube. It's kind of like a Discord thing. At least a lot of furries are talkative in my Discord. But I don't want to say that my community is like all furries, because I know like a lot of people will be pissed because it's not the case. But I think my community is unique in that they have a passion for learning new facts, and also have a passion for creative comedy, which I think is cool. But I don't know, I'd love to talk to more of my community to kind of figure out unique things about them. But you know, everyone's really different in my community is what I've come to learn. So I don't know, it's not really one overlying fact. A lot of nerds about like Navy or like Air Force, like plane facts though. There are a lot of like nerds that know a lot about planes, which is kind of cool. Are you going to make on Blue Jay lore? I develop lore in all my videos, kinda, and then I leave a lot of the interpretation up to my audience to like have fun with it. See ya. Bye everyone that had to leave. Biomedical engineering is still the best. Biomedical's cool. I had learned a little bit about it because it crosses over with chemical to a degree, especially with stuff like dialysis machines. That's essentially chemical engineering for a human, just plugged in. So it's always really cool to like talk to biomeds. Speaking of aerospace engineering, Santos Dumont and the war, Brazil and US has to prove who invented the airplane first. Oh yeah. I've seen a lot of Brazilians claim to have the first airplane. I haven't looked into it in a ton of detail. I just know that argument exists. Greetings, Mr. J from Hungary. Been following your stuff for a while now, and I have to say I greatly appreciate your humor and enjoyment your stuff gives me. Hey, thank you, man. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thanks for tagging along and listening to my stream and my stupid ramblings. Your vid on the Baltic Fleet also helped me in Quiz Lamau. That's awesome. Oh my god, I love that. Agree, numbers don't mean good. A story your style would suit would be a story of the Prion, a tiny Polish ship taking on the Bismarck, throwing cutlery at her and shit. Damn, like Pirates of the Caribbean style. That's cool. An Aztec video would be so cool, especially their mythos and rituals. Yeah, I've always found the Aztecs fascinating. Was there a discarded skit idea that you didn't end up putting in the video? Yeah, there have been a few. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, but I don't really have one. It's kind of like different versions of stories that are skits that I already have. But like just it's essentially like different, like I think less funny versions of what I did. There wasn't one that I thought was like really good that I didn't include. There was one for stories that I didn't include, like the White Sea Baltic Canal fleet, or the White Sea Baltic Canal that I talked about. That wasn't included, but was a potential inclusion. Win Blue Jay fursuit. Nope. Should do a video about surviving the 1920s. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of eras that I could definitely explore, like the Victorian one that I did. Do you plan on hiring animators or editors? Not right now. If I like get big enough where I'm making like enough money where I could like comfortably hire people, Yeah, I would definitely hire a production team if I end up doing that full like animated series that I'm talking about. That would be with a production team. But as of right now, I'm working on my own art. So no employees yet. How do you plan out your videos? How long between idea and posting? Idea happens almost always within a few days or at most a week after posting a video. So that's how long, like between videos, the entire time I'm working. I at most give myself like a week off between videos, except for a few occasions that I had like a longer time period off. But for the most part, I work from like last video to current video, like at least 40 hours a week, if not more. Like the past few weeks, I was working unhealthy hours, like literally waking up at 9 and working till like 1 to 2 a.m. to get this video done. Could you make a Revolutionary War video so that I could recommend it to my teacher? Definitely, dude. All kinds of war topics are definitely on the table. I think Revolutionary War is a very interesting one for sure. I have a lot to say on that, especially with people trying to like discredit America's win by saying it was all the French, which is dumb. Definitely helped, but not all the French. Do you plan on making videos on mythological stories, or do you prefer to stick with actual history? I made the Egyptian history video, so as you can see, it's on the screen right now, the thumbnail. I've definitely covered it before, and I definitely will again, especially if I ever do an Aztec video. So awesome to see a creator like you have this type of chat with us. Most Q&A I see is so rehearsed. Yeah, I don't know. I like to see people as people, not like fans. I don't like to say that as much because it feels weird. Like I put myself above people. I like to talk to you guys as people because you are people. So I feel like if I be honest, then that's the best thing I can do, you know? Oh, yeah, no, Nate does do editing for me on my Red Jade channel. Sorry. The channel that you're watching this on, I do have an editor working for me. So he pretty much puts all those videos together from streams for the most part. Some things I'll put out, but for the most part, it's Nate kind of like carrying the torch there. What gave you the idea to give the Blue Jay a pipe? I thought he'd be, you know, a little studious dude, like astute professor look. It was not. I never thought that this would be like the forever image for me, a little Blue Jay PNG with a pipe, but I kept using it and it stuck. So now he always has the pipe. After I did it for my second video too, I'm like, okay, that's gonna be the constant, a pipe in all my videos. And then I'll change up like hats and other accessories, but always have the pipe because I'm an addict. What's your favorite dinosaur? I like that dude that swims in the water. I don't know if it's even technically a dinosaur. I'm not like the biggest dinosaur nerd. Dinosaur that swims. It's like the really big looking, like this guy. Peleosaurus. Plesiosaurus. Jesus Christ. This guy looks cool. I remember having a picture of him in a book growing up, and I liked looking at it because I thought it looked cool as hell. I thought it was so awesome. All the like water dinosaurs were interesting to me. I also really like sharks. I used to want to be a marine biologist for the longest time. That was like my dream job. I ended up not doing it because, you know, growing up in the Midwest, you don't really have an ocean to like go to study. But my friend went to school with me and is currently working on doing just that. Like he's going to Australia for a PhD program, and I'm like, damn, I could have done it too. He did it. He kept with his dream. I'm jealous. He's living my dream. Plesiosaurus. Yeah. My bad. Watching your video, it really reminded me of some of Salmonella's videos. Not saying you stole content or anything like that, just that he also covered many of the same stuff. Oh, he did? I don't know of any topics that I think I saw that he did have like an animals in space video that I noticed though. So I that's my like most common comparison is Salmonella. I feel like I I understand it. I think our styles are very different, but we still cover, like, we're doing like stick figures with weird history, so I understand, but I think it's very, very unique still between each other. His stuff's funny though, for sure. I really like it, but he's not like my main inspiration for what I do. I would say like my biggest inspirations, if I were to have them, because I don't really feel like I have like idols or anything, or people that really inspire me a ton, other than like people I personally know, would be like Casually Explained. I really liked his stuff. I liked Bill Wirtz a lot. I liked CGP Grey. I like CGP Grey a lot. Tom Scott. I really like Tom Scott. I did like Salmonella, but he wasn't really like the primary person in my mind. But he became my most apt comparison. I also had never seen an oversimplified video until like a couple months ago or something. So that was another common comparison. But yeah, I understand the comparison. Oh, I missed a question. Did you record the Blue Jay videos at the start and end of your videos? I don't really know what that means. Did I record my Blue Jay videos at the start and end of your videos? Also, you should friend me on Discord. I don't add a bunch of people on Discord just because if I do it for one person, then I have to do it for everyone. So I don't want to like play favorites. Sorry, but you can definitely talk to me in my Discord server, like whenever. I don't really care if you ping me. Your voice and presentation style is incredibly unique, and I love it to bits. From ideation to publication, what phases do you go through during the production process? Which do you enjoy / dislike more? I love it all. I think there are parts where it can get really frustrating, but the different phases I can really sum up as idea searching is the quickest, I feel like, but it's kind of like clumped together with research and writing, which kind of happens hand in hand. That takes usually the longest, I would say, research and writing. I really like it though, because that's where I think I express like my strongest part of my art is the writing and the acting, which I guess is the voicing part too. So there's that section, the research and writing. That's a very big section. That's usually, you know, like a month to like a month and a half to 2 months even. Then there is, after that's done, the voice acting. That takes me like a week usually to voice out a full video. Sometimes like a little longer, sometimes a little less. And then the drawing and animating section, and I work through it like in that order too. And that will take me, you know, like for this video, it's 27 minutes long. My goal is usually to have like 2 minutes of animation done a day of visual content. So like, you know, cut this in half, you know, something looking at like 2 weeks or so to draw all this. But sometimes it's more or less because, you know, like I had like this background here that took me 17 hours to do. So that was stretched across 3 days. So obviously that day I didn't get done 2 to 3 minutes of animation. So, it, you know, give or take, that's kind of like my goal for the day. Because drawing takes a lot longer than people think. But I love it all. I don't know if I have a favorite, but it can get frustrating if I get really stumped with the writer's block. It can get really frustrating if I am clamoring to meet a deadline while I'm drawing. Voicing can get frustrating if I just can't hit the inflection I'm looking to hit on a word. So they all have their equal frustrations and joys because I still love it all. I'll answer a few more. Are you still gonna have these Q&As when you reach a mil plus? I've got no intention to stop. The one comment I have on the video is that I live in North Carolina and have never heard anyone say carbo. I've heard people say Coke to refer to any type of soda. Yeah, I was surprised to see that. I don't know where that's used. I saw someone else comment that too on my video. So you're not alone. I don't know. Like it's listed as a place that they say it. I guess someone there says it. Maybe there's one dude that was just enough for them to list it on the Wikipedia. I don't know where it comes from. Would you play Pikmin after answering questions? I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm getting really hungry, so I'm probably going to cut it off here. I didn't expect this director's commentary to take that long. Sorry. But I will play Pikmin again. I really like to stream it. You and Salmonella should do a collab. Yeah, I mean, I'm open for collabs. I'm actually talking about doing one with a guy that you'll maybe see coming up. But Salmonella needs to be alive for a collab. Yeah, I guess he doesn't really post all that often, but totally be open for one if they were interested. I just don't really know how to do a collab all that well for the type of content that I do, but I'm sure there's a way to be creative with it. If it works out and it makes sense, sure. I'm not really like the guy to reach out to people to ask to collab, but like with this person that I'm talking about potentially doing a collab with, it makes sense. And you'll see why if and probably when I do it. Plesiosaur, I think. Plesiosaur. But I'm also brain damaged dyslexic, so I could be shouting out my arse. I'm really behind on these comments, aren't I? How did you get into animation? I thought it was the best way to portray the chaos going on in my brain with these skits. It's easier to pull off extreme scenes than with live action film, because that's what I did first, was like live film. But skits in some instances can be easier to do with animation, and in the realm that that you can draw whatever you imagine. It takes longer because you have to draw each picture, as opposed to just recording it, but you can do more with it. And I'm kind of bummed that I didn't start sooner, because I grew up thinking that like you had to be born good at drawing, but that's not the case. Literally anyone can become a talented artist. You just have to practice enough. Some people might like start off a little better, but you still have to draw to get good. I genuinely think, and have been reassured by like plenty of other artists that I've been mistaken my whole life, you can just become a good artist by working hard enough. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get better. I wish I started sooner. I always loved drawing growing up, but I didn't do it as much as I should have. I could have done it a lot more frequently. I had a bunch of sketchbooks that I would draw in like once every like few weeks. I didn't really challenge myself a whole lot because I didn't think like I was anything amazing. I've always been like an above average drawer, I would say. But I held myself back because I thought I was better at other things. I'm kind of bummed, but you know, it's never too late. I actually met at an art festival this lady that started painting in her 60s, and I bought a piece of her art because it was really cool, and I was really impressed, and I thought for sure she was someone that had been talented, you know, since being a kid. But no, she had never like drawn. She never really considered it. She taught herself because she had the time and wanted to learn something new, and now she does it for a living. That's pretty cool. Like if someone in their 60s can do it, surely I can. Not a question, but love your red square background. Thank you. I appreciate it. Considered selling prints. I haven't taken anything off the table for merchandise. We'll see what the world has in store for me. I think it's super hilarious when you do close-ups of the blue jay. The amount of detail always makes me laugh. Yeah, I mean, thank Cass for that. She did a great job. Oh my goodness. Here, watch the YouTuber historically. The YouTuber historically, it is one of the Arch's secondary channels. I don't know who that is. I don't know who the Arch is either. Sorry. Historically? This guy? No, I don't think I've seen this. Looks cute art though. That face is cute. Kind of cool. Shortest war ever. Oh, I know that war. That's the oh fuck, it starts with a T, I think, like the Tanzania war? I don't remember. It's like 45 minutes or something like that. The German Oppenheimer. Looks interesting. I'll have to check them out. Arch. Okay, cool. What else do we got? What else do we got? If you had to pick, what's your favorite time in history? I always like ancient history, and I like I guess I'd say like 1500s, early colonial America and Native American history is probably my favorite. Have you seen QXIR? I've seen a little bit. I got recommended him when I started making these videos because I got comparisons to that guy too, so I checked him out. Yeah, he's a pretty funny dude. I like his stuff. Who's your favorite JoJo? Ooh, the real questions are being asked. That's such a hard thing to answer, you know, like favorite JoJo, favorite part, that's impossible. I don't know, man. I mean, my favorites probably like, you know, Joseph Joestar, Jonathan Joestar. I really love Jonathan. Giorno, I love Giorno. Those are probably like my top 3. For those of you that don't know who I'm talking about. This is Giorno. You might have seen him. Giorno's theme is like a popular meme. This guy here. And then there's Jonathan. This is from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for those that don't know. Jonathan Joestar from part 1. I love this man so much with all my heart. Super underrated. I think he's awesome. Great character. And then Joseph. Like, just the classic, dude. Joseph is fucking awesome, dude. Look how awesome he is. Look at this fit, dude. So sharp. So cool. So goofy. Probably the closest to me is Joseph, honestly. The Britain-Zanzibar War. Yeah, that's it. Your US government YouTube account now has subscribers. That's hilarious. Will there ever be a face reveal? Yeah, sure. I don't know. Like, I'm not, like, actively trying to hide my identity, really. But I kind of am. Just because I want to be able to like work in a coffee shop without like having to be like bothered, because I do that a ton. I do like half my work in coffee shops. But I mean, like for what I want to eventually do, I kind of have to be like public. So yeah, sure, I'll end up probably doing like a face reveal, but I don't think I'd ever make like a face reveal video where I'm like have my hand over the camera and reveal my face, like, oh my god, this is my face. I would just like end up showing my face randomly and you wouldn't even know that I had like started that day. So sure, but as of right now I don't really plan on it. What's your favorite Civ to play in Civ 5? Aztecs. I mean, it's just like it's so nice because they get culture for every unit killed. So if you just camp barbarian camps, like starting off, you can just shoot ahead in culture. It's cool. I like to do domination victories with Native American civilizations, like to like fulfill my alternate timeline where the Native Americans took over the world instead of like European settlers. I thought it just was kind of funny to like give them their revenge. So I like to do that. I like them. The Iroquois are like very hated, but I like playing as them for like the aesthetic standpoint. I just think they're fun. Japan is also fun to play because of their Bushido perk where their units fight at full strength regardless of damage. It's pretty cool. Good questions. Good. I like these questions. I like the Blue Jay. You are a tux with a bird head. With a burb head. Nice. All right. Well, I think that is enough questions. I'm probably going to call it here and get some food. Just one last plug before I go. Blue Jay plush. You got 10 days, 18 hours, 48 minutes, and 11 seconds to get it before it's gone forever and never on the internet again. It's dead, taken out back, shot with a 12 gauge. You'll never see it. Blood splattered everywhere. I'm going to kill so many, if any are left. So save them if you want, or kill them yourself. You very well can. I explained all the ways to torture and or maim your bird plush in my video. Be creative with it. Send me videos. I'd love to see how you torture it. It has a piece of my soul. You can take that to court. I genuinely believe that it has a piece of my soul in it. I put one individually in each Blue Jay plush. You can get it there. Anyway, thank you again. Thank you for listening. I hope you all enjoyed. And please continue being cool. And I'll see you next time.